Hey everybody, what's up? Welcome back to a surprise Saturday stream. Thanks everybody for returning and jumping back in for another day. We're going back to Kerbal Space Program 2. Doubling up. Let's listen to this. Okay, maybe not that. Let's listen to this. There we go. There we go. It's Saturday. Welcome to the weekend. Feel like going back to space today, so that's exactly what we're gonna do. Listen, we only get like 2 new games a year, and this is one of them. So we're gonna appreciate it, damn it. We're gonna appreciate the hell out of this game. Do I really want to go down the road of what's coming out soon? That I care about? Keywords being that I care about. Pretty much, like, I don't really care about the Resident Evil 4 remake, but I'm supposed to care about it, so therefore I do. And I'll tell you why, because Resident Evil 3 sucked, and the last Resident Evil sucked. So it's hard to get excited when 2 out of the last 3 Resident Evils sucked.
Snap.
Who's snapping on me? What's up, Ace Tech? We love these little green dudes. Hello, Ace Tech. Thanks for the double sub, dude. Appreciate 54 months. Welcome to beginning stream. I know people, like, apparently I'm not in the majority when it comes to the last Resident Evil. I didn't like Village. I thought it had good moments, but was overall a laughably bad game. I definitely think that there were some chapters that were good. I think my biggest issue with Village was that I like and can appreciate complete zany silliness, and I can appreciate very serious and slow-paced horror, and it sort of tried to do both, but it didn't do enough of either. So I would have preferred them to lean into one or the other and just go all in on whichever one they chose. Because my 2 favorite parts of the game, weirdly enough, were the dollhouse mission and also the, like, RC car boss fight, where you're in, like, a Tachikoma with guns. Those are my 2 favorite segments, and they're completely opposite of each other. But those are both the moments when they leaned completely into one or the other style of horror. So I would have been happy if it did either of them. All right, let's see. February's basically over. That feels bad to say. But it is. Apparently Octopath Traveler 2 is good, but I haven't played a JRPG in ages. And then I have no idea what's coming out in March. Apparently Console Valheim is coming out in March. That's weird. Did you guys know that there's a Peaky Blinders video game coming out? What? On Oculus Quest? Oh no. Worse, this is the official trailer thumbnail. Look how they massacred my boy. Oh no. What happened? Okay, so ignoring that. There's a lot of, it's hard to separate the just reprinted console games that are on this list. Dude, Peppa Pig World Adventures, let's do it. We're in, dude. It's easy. That's all you gotta do. Last of Us Part 1 PC is in March 28th. Interesting. Not gonna stream that, but I didn't know that was coming to PC so soon. That's pretty much it. Okay, so not a single game in March outside of potentially Resident Evil 4. Good. Bunch of nothing. I'll just keep my head buried in the sand until April. Anyway, what's up, chat? How you doing? How's your weekend going so far? Dredge is coming out in March. I did like Dredge. We played the demo for that. Dredge was neat. Hello, Kaibo Mod Squad. What's up, Grugan? Hi, Mod. Arch, welcome back. Doing some editing. Nice, dude. Happy Saturday evening. Appreciate it, Ron. Just got back from seeing Cocaine Bear. It wasn't good, but it wasn't bad. It was exactly what I expected. Okay. So Cocaine Bear is a movie that has a 54 Metacritic rating. I was under the impression that the user scores for this were very good. Is that not the case? My social media impressions, maybe the marketing team did a really good job of, sort of, what's the word? Muddying the impact of the critic scores. But I thought that it was like, whoa, viewers love this movie and critics hate it. Let's see what's going on Rotten. I don't trust Rotten Tomatoes at all, but between Metacritic and Rotten Tomatoes, Rotten Tomatoes is too generous and Metacritic is too harsh, and there's no in between. Cocaine Bear has a 74% audience score on Rotten Tomatoes and a 71% on Tomato Meter. Basically, it just says the consensus is it'll give B-movie enthusiasts a contact high. Okay. I pretty much know what to expect already, yeah. Meanwhile, Ant-Man, which still thinking about going to try and see, has a 48% tomato meter and an 84% audience score on Rotten Tomatoes. So I don't know what that says about who. Now at this point I feel like I have to go see it, and that way I can at least relay my opinion, because you guys know how outspoken I am about recent Marvel properties. We just listened to that song, so let's change it up a little bit. Because I've been looking for an excuse to go to the theater. Just any excuse. I really wanted to go see Ant-Man. Did they put MODOK in Ant-Man? Yeah, apparently it's so ridiculous looking that audiences just laugh as soon as MODOK appears on the screen. And it's not supposed to be a laugh out loud moment. Didn't watch Dunk, gonna watch Ant-Man, yeah, because I want to read Dune. And also, I don't want to see a half of a movie, okay? Dune, isn't a complete story. It's one half of a movie. This is like saying, oh, he didn't go see Twilight, the final movie part 1, okay? Twilight, the final movie part 2 isn't out yet. So it doesn't matter if I haven't seen Twilight part 1. Lord of the Rings fan doesn't want to go see a partial movie. I read the books when I was in school before I saw the movies in 2001. You stinky. What, just because you didn't know how to read chat when you were 12 years old doesn't mean I didn't know how to read. He read one letter of the Dunk book. Yeah, I read one word, I think. The letter was not E, unfortunately. Chad, guess what, dude? Guess what? Lego. That's a word that will distract you from your obsession with Dune. Look, I gambled on the Dune slot machine. That's the same thing as going to see the movie. I got to see all the characters because they have like an animated segue when you hit the bonuses, where the characters from the movie come out and they like cross their daggers, and then the ornithopter flies through, it goes, you know, just flies in. So I've basically seen the movie. Shut up about Dune. Where's the Lego? So you may remember the first Lego that we built was the Lego flowers succulents, where it was like the 9 little boxes of flowers. So continuing down that same path, I got Alice another flower and we built it together. Behold, the Lego orchid. I'm having to hold it very carefully, actually, because inside the pot right here, I can tip it a little bit, but there's a bunch of loose pieces of Lego that are supposed to be like loose soil that you put in the top of the pot to kind of cover up the bits that go into the vase itself, which is of course also made out of Lego. But it's got a lot of really cool details, you know, like if you look closely, right in the middle of each orchid, this is real, there are little frogs, because they repurposed frog pieces that they had to be the little bud of each of the orchids. So it's tiny little pink frogs. So there's a lot of like creative parts in here, and like the leaves actually articulate and flap, and these have some give as well, and it's got the little sticks for support coming up through the middle. And you can also like rearrange this in a bunch of interesting ways. So this is like the default organization of the flowers, but it's pretty easy to like completely redesign the shape of the flower itself. It's crazy what they repurpose Lego pieces to do in other builds. Yeah, I agree. But I also enjoy the little detail of these, I don't know what you call them, but these little frond pieces that stick out there with these little wiggling bits popping out the side. But yeah, really good detail, and had a lot of fun putting it together. Some of it was, because you have to make like, what, 6 of these different flowers and organize them. Some of it was a little tough to put together because the shape of these little green angular pieces, which I guess you can better see like this one, are a little hard to see what direction they're facing in the book, but it was a fun build. Fun build. Very impressive. It has a commanding presence. Like, it just looks nice from afar. How does it smell? Like plastic. It smells like plastic. But yeah, it looks good, and it's only like 600 to 700 pieces, so it's quite easy to put together, and I like that it includes a Lego pot as well. Because the other flowers, they have like some wildflower ones, and the wildflowers look nice on the box, but they don't have a Lego vase. So if they don't have a Lego vase, you have to provide your own, and then they end up doing that thing where the flowers spread too far apart because the vase isn't perfectly made. How long did it take to build? It took, I want to say a couple hours. Probably like a couple hours. Not too long, but also 2 people making it together. So like if there was something that was repetitious, like you have to put the flowers together in the same way, right? So one person is putting the flowers together, and then the other person is putting the petals on the buds, and so if you split that up, it goes pretty fast. When will you upload on YouTube again? Awesome guy. I will upload on YouTube again when you wire $10,000 to my bank account. Once I see that the transfer is complete, I will put up a video. Don't make promises you... I said a video. I didn't say every day. You can have one. Hello, Lightning Rider. Thank you for the 43 months as well. Thanks for resubbing, dude. I miss the RimWorld and Slime Rancher days. Oh, that RimWorld game. You mean the one that we just streamed like a week ago or less? Feels like forever ago. What's up, Boyardee? Welcome, people arriver. Starwolf Ken, howdy. I was gonna catch up on your VOD for Kerbal Space 2, but could you give a little view of what you enjoy about it and what you're looking forward to them improving? That's a big question, actually. It doesn't sound like a big question, but it's a big question. I'm looking forward to the devs improving basically everything about the game, and the parts that I enjoy about it are playing Kerbal. I tried to summarize my answer. Okay, I like it right now because it is Kerbal, and I think visually, like I do at the end of the day, like graphics. I know, sue me. I'm a bad person. And I think that even though there are parts of Kerbal 1 mods that look better, like the moon surface, for example, there are parts of Kerbal 2 that definitely look better. Like, generally being in space looks better. Like, even with all the Kerbal mods for Kerbal 1, each planetary body looks like it doesn't belong, no matter what backdrop you put behind it. It feels like, you know, like when you're watching an animated TV show, and you can tell which part is about to be animated because it looks different than the rest of the background. That's how Kerbal 1 space looks, no matter what you do to dress it up. It's like all the planets have that like separated from the JPEG background look. And Kerbal 2, I think, is much better about everything being blended in together. So I guess immersion is better, even though the frame rate is worse. I can ignore choppy frames for the most part. That doesn't bother me as much. But yeah, there's definitely still a lot of work to go. Like surface elements, and the moon feels somehow emptier than Kerbal 1 so far, so I'm assuming the other planets will as well. The certain times of day, the lighting is incredibly glossy in Kerbal 2, but at other times it's like, oh my god, that is beautiful. Like, one moment that sticks out in my mind yesterday was when we were coming back from the moon mission, and we had just gotten down to the point where our parachutes were deploying, and we were just dangling in the air and going below the cloud layer while the sun was perfectly placed in the background, just a smidge above the horizon line of the clouds, just peeking over, and it was like, whoa, that looks so good. And it was just lovely moments like that that I think can't really happen in Kerbal 1, even with all the mods for me. So I would say the visuals are the biggest appeal of Kerbal 2, even though there's still issues with those. And I think the reworks of a lot of the building elements, there are simultaneously many improvements in terms of build pieces. I was watching EJ play a little bit earlier, and there were some elements that are much improved in Kerbal 2 in the VAB, but there's also a bunch of things that they still have yet to fix in the VAB. So it's kind of like the scales of justice are imbalanced right now. I don't know. There is no, like, strictly better aspect, and there is no strictly worse, other than the fact that obviously mods don't exist and performance is worse. So I would say that the phrase I would use is mixed bag is fair. Did the moon rocket launch last night? We made it all the way to the moon, landed on the moon, and made it back. Oh yeah, I think, yeah, the sound work is very good in Kerbal 2. I'd agree with that. The sound of the thrusters. I do miss a couple of things nostalgically, like the sound of separators from Kerbal 1. I love that, like, click noise. It's very satisfying. So it's just like small things that I miss from Kerbal 1, but I think by and large the audio the audio engineering still needs some work, but the, like, individual sound effects for things is good. People arrive, what happened? I didn't see the notification. Fortunately, Talkative Streamer hasn't put any Kerbal 2 content out yet. That's because we were talking about Lego. We were talking about the latest build. There are now 2 Legos that have been built in this house. And eventually that one right there is going to be built. So we were doing some show and tell. Have a smell, chat. Have a sniff. All right, I got to be careful. These are actually, like, flexible and move. I don't want to break this. It's back. Okay, let's do this. Loud. Okay, so this ship in the background, how does this work functionally? Like, there is a lander. Is it presently docked? Or is it ready to be deployed? Oh, there's swimming. Okay, it's docked. That's okay. So this is... It's an Apollo-style lander and a lunar transfer. Okay, the thing you have to understand about me is I know vaguely how to play Kerbal Space Program, enough to tell you talk you through what I'm doing and why, and do things well, but I know almost nothing about aerospace engineering and or historical space missions. So, is my understanding that, now they're above Kerbin. Are they returning to Kerbin? Or is this little guy right here about to boost them to the moon? Okay, it's about to go to the moon. You leave the lander behind. All right, that's fair. But how do the Kerbonauts get back? If you leave the... So, hang on. All right. So this goes this part lands, then it goes back into orbit, docks with this still orbiting the moon. The Kerbal transfer over, then it detaches, and then this goes back to Kerbin? How does this have enough fuel? Like, this is not enough space for me to get this much cargo from Kerbin to the moon. It was stage 3. So this is already en route to the moon, and it just separated the part that boosted it toward the moon. But just in the game menu, it just happens to be orbiting. Okay. I get it. I have never done docking in Kerbal. I think that would be an interesting challenge to just learn how to do that. So I'm getting some inspirations. You're asking this because you want to steal the design. I have news for you. You can't steal the designs from authentic moon missions. The entire game is modeled after real life entities. So anything you do in the game is stealing from real life in some way, yeah. It's complicated at first and then easy once you've done it 1 or 2 times. That's fair. Okay, let's go in. We're doing our best. What was the actual last save? This is 1031. Did I not make a manual save once we got to Kerbin? Oh no. This should be fine. I can't believe you ripped off the idea of burning fuel to launch projectiles upward. So, yeah, we had a number of issues in Kerbal Space Program 2 yesterday. The main thing, and I saw another streamer that I follow and content creator posting about this particular issue. There's a really nasty bug where reverting launch can warp the shape of your constructions. And it can only be solved by, like, restarting the game. Or loading to main menu or something. So, like, you can try flying a ship that you make, and it'll be fine. And then go back to launch and try it again, and everything is floppy and screwy and doesn't work. So just FYI. But yeah, welcome back to our Space Center here, chat. We just got back from a successful moon mission. And we have to decide exactly what we want to do next, because we have a few options, actually. I kept having an issue when I tried to launch and it kept me in the VAB. Yeah, I think I restarted the game for that one. That was another bug, too. It literally wouldn't let me launch, which was hilarious. I have been tempted to make some kind of plane or space plane, because flying the stock Ares is pretty fun. We were goofing around with this one yesterday. How change camera? There we go. Chase cam is probably best. I don't think we need orbital cam. But yeah, I did enjoy flying this thing around once we got the wings trimmed on it. So why not go right back to it? I need to change my camera. It is trying to pull me left. The other thing it does is try and nose down, so I'm holding Alt and S. Oh god, it's very floppy. Let's pull the landing gear up as well. I don't know if I like chase camera. It's very bouncy. The front wheels pull left? That makes sense. Ooh, yeah, it rotates the camera with the chase. Not horizon, not celestial. Is capture the normal one? Flight camera auto. I'm attempting to fly around Kerbin with that plane right now. You can probably do it. But yeah, we learned about how to trim a plane, taking us back to the Microsoft Flight Sim days. So if we sort of point this at the horizon and then it noses down automatically, we can hold Alt and then S to try and trim up. And that looks a lot more level. It is rolling a bit. Do I need roll trim? I don't know if roll trim should be necessary. Yeah, it looks pretty smooth now. The devs also posted like a Steam thing about things they're working on and known issues today, I think. You think that self-starting orbital shuttles will be buildable? Define self-starting. Like SSTOs? Single stage to orbit? Hold on. I gotta do a thing. Gotta do a thing, chat, because I am a gamer. But, yeah, I think you can see that flying is a lot smoother in Kerbal 2, I think. But yeah, they should be. Self-sustaining, like, without boosters. But if you're playing Kerbal, aren't you supposed to add more boosters? I want this game, but I'm a wait. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I figure I bought it. I may as well play with it some more, you know, before I put it back in the toy box. Because I did have a fun stream yesterday. I did enjoy what we did. And I think that there's definitely room to do more! I don't know if that counts. I'm not sure if there's collision enabled. Let's actually test that. Is collision enabled for the side things? Turning is hard. This thing does not have very good angular turning, or I'm pulling up as hard as I can and we're just sort of sinking. I have no idea if I actually went straight through on total accident while I was trying to ram into it, or if there's no collision. I'm just gonna bring it in for landing and say that still counts. Okay. I'm gonna bring this in for landing, and then we're gonna start building. But yeah, it's like, the sandbox is fun, you know? It's fun flying stuff and building stuff. I'd like to try building my own plane, especially when you have Wings that you can customize yourself now. Like, that's a whole thing. I guess procedural, procedural doesn't feel like the right word, but I think it is the right word. But we're gonna shed some speed on this pretty hard turn. Let's go ahead and bring the landing gear down. You can see it deploy there. This, like, the darkness of this screen really reminds me of coming in from, like, I just miss Microsoft Flight Sim right now, I think. Oh yeah, but the trim on this is really, really nice. We're still going 100 meters per second. I'd like to slow it down. Easy touchdown, chat. Easy touchdown. Don't hold the brakes down. The brakes on this thing are insane. You have to tap those brakes. Otherwise, it's gonna flip the entire vehicle. All right, I'm not really steering here, but we have taxi. And I can just pull off the side. This thing is very stable. All that Microsoft Flight Sim training. I found that if you unbind the front wheel from the brake action group, just use the rear wheels, it's much more stable. Yeah, I think the front wheel on brakes tries to, like, lurch the backside end over end and just, like, flip it over. Okay. That was a good little flying sesh. Nice little warm-up for us. Okay, let's go back to KSC. I did not recover that vehicle though, did I? No, I didn't. Let's try and track it down. I haven't even really looked at this yet. We have a bunch of debris probably. Oh, colonies. This makes me very hopeful for the future. Like, this is the part that I want. I want to go to the tracking station and keep tabs on all of my future colonies. Stock jet. I think I do need to control this and then recover. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Now back to the tracking station, because we don't have any ships. We do have debris, but I'm not going to get... I can't tell where any of the debris is, to be perfectly honest. So I'm just going to destroy all the debris. Which doesn't seem to be doing anything, actually. It's still there on the screen. So, I don't know if this functionality actually works or is in the game yet. There should be a bit around the moon, though. What is that? That should be, the piece that we separated, like the lander. That's the bit that got us to a orbit around moon. So it should be fine to destroy that. I think in the future, they would be very cool with some more development in Kerbal 2 to leave all debris permanent and have to manually clean it up, or do missions to try to purposely avoid debris. Because, like, when you're starting colonies and going to distant celestial bodies and even interstellar travel and stuff, it'd be fun to have to worry about that accumulation somewhat. But anyway, let's decide what we want to do first. Because down in the VAB, I have a perfectly functional vessel, maybe, that we spent a couple hours building up yesterday. It is a beautiful shade of orange and purple. I am probably going to change the paint scheme. Which it is fun that we can do a per part paint scheme as well. So if we wanted to make something green, we can just do that. Is that better, chat? What do you think? Now we are Hulk. Now we are hulking out. Oh, even the struts? Oh my, yeah, the individual struts. That's so funny. Buzz Lightyear. Nickelodeon slime rockets. That was my first thought. That's where my mind went first. Hi, Toxin Chat. What's up, Reanimated Bit? How's it going? We're deciding where to put our time and attention today. Which I'm in no particular hurry to do anything. I just decided to stream today because I wanted to just toy around in the Kerbal Sandbox some more. The game is new. We've been so excited for this, and I wanna give it some more time in the spotlight to just, you know, put some things together, see how it works, because it is nothing if not a lovely looking game. And I also wanted to just hang out and chill, see what you guys are up to, build and fly some rockets, and just sort of experiment. He wanted to show off his Lego. I did want to show off my Lego, yes. But thanks again for 26 months, Reanimated Bit. I would say this rocket is perfectly capable of getting us to, second moon. Minmus. I don't know. Brain absolutely just ditched Minmus as a word. Or we can just build something else. We don't have to start there. We can make a small satellite and try to get a relay sat into orbit, because I do have a setting where we will lose control of automated parts if not in line of sight of Kerbin in this case. So it would have to be a piloted mission to Minmus. You can't send any probes. But that's an option. I've also been wanting to actually try and make my own plane. The issue with this rocket was I'm not really sure how. This is true. I don't know how that we got to orbit. That sounds ridiculous, but I felt like I had no control over this rocket when we were ascending through the atmosphere. And then the next thing I know, we're actually making an almost perfect equatorial orbit around Kerbin. Even though I couldn't physically control the systems here. Like, the funny thing is I do have fins, but they don't have any articulation, I think. But even so, there's some issues with how, oh, no, the issue that we had was the game defaulted to docking control mode instead of normal mode. So I was supposed to be using like IJKL. So my WASD wasn't doing anything in docking mode. So that was hilarious. That was the main issue. Does this game have planets beyond Earth's orbit? Yeah, we've got let's go back. Let me just head back out to KSC. The sun's coming up. Starting to get a little brighter. So if we zoom out, we got Eve there, and then Moho, and then our we have Duna and its moons, Dress, Bop, that's a great one, and Elo. And then in Kerbal 2, one of the big things that's going to differentiate from Kerbal 1 is interstellar travel will be in the game with huge drives. So yeah, going to Moho. Gilly is not. That is not Gilly. Eve. I wish that it displayed those differently. Gilly is the moon, right? Gilly is the moon for Eve? Yeah, going to Eve would be certainly a challenge. But yeah, we have a number of things that we can do. So, around Kerbin here, there's Minmus. So Minmus is much further away than the moon. But its gravity is much lower because it's very small. So it's typically easier to land on it, but its orbital pattern is not perfectly equatorial, like the moon. The mun. Chat, I don't like saying mun. I just don't like saying it. I don't agree with mun pronunciation, okay? Because like if it's supposed to be mun, it should have two N's in English. Mun should have two N's. Mun problems. It was originally moon, which is pronounced moon, italics. So there you go. So it is moon. They just changed it because typing the double dots is hard. Mun is more fun. False. Moon is more Dune. I don't know. Anyway, chat, what do you guys want to do first? Should we build a new fabrication? Should we make a new ship? Or should it remembered this. There's nothing wrong with this ship. It's fine. I think what I really want to do is we kind of skipped doing a launch escape vehicle. A launch escape system for aborting a launch, and I feel like that's the first thing I want to do is figure that out. Because I sort of abandoned it towards the end of the last stream. Because I didn't want to figure out action groups, and I don't know that I still have the ability to do that. But here's the launch escape system. I'm gonna change the primary colors. What about rusty red and I don't hate like light green, but that okay, no, that looks awful. Rusty red is fine. Chad, what's a complementary color besides just blue? Red on red. More? 2 reds. This is fast. This is going to be a fast ship. We could make the base white and the accent that rusty red. Green is the complementary color. Yeah, but this looks pretty good, right? We can also change individual parts, which is convenient, so let's set this as the agency colors. We can also do transparencies. That's nice. I wish there was a dropper, like a dropper tool, because if I want that exact shade of red, I have to, like, click in roughly the same part. Anyway, that looks good. Obi-Wan's Jedi Starfighter. I like it. I do love the ability to paint in Kerbal 2. All right, let me be smaller. Squeeze between these UI elements down here so you can see more. Now, I need to figure this out. So this might take a little bit. So thanks for bearing with me ahead of time. First things first, we need a command pod. So the purpose of this launch escape system is to wrench the Kerbals away from an aborted launch and take them to safety, and then deploy parachutes. So it's sort of a multi-pronged affair. Number one, we need the rocket to boost. So these are the thrusters right here. And they fire off just high-intensity burst. And at the same time, we need a decoupler to free the cabin from the rest of the rocket, but keep it attached to this. So they shoot up together, and then the second stage of this system is detaching the rocket from the command pod after it's fired, and they're free floating through the air, and then rip that away, and then deploy parachutes to deliver the Kerbals safely to the ground. That's basically what I would like to work on first. So the medium gumball actually fits this quite nicely. And the gumball's a 3-seat command pod. The tin can is too small for it. That is not what we're looking for. We have the tuna can, 2-seat lander, which you can see is larger than the actual command pod itself. So this is only a 2-seater, interestingly, versus the 3-seater. But I believe in Kerbal 1, this thing has bay doors that open up on the sides. And in this one, I'm not sure that it does. I also can't right-click this. I think I need to make this an anchor. So let's make the assembly anchor and the launch assembly be that. Because we're having, like, technically we have, like, 3 different vehicles here. Since that's a launch assembly, now I can change the parts. I've had so many issues in the VAB trying to put together a ship that has multiple vehicles in it. Yeah, there's definitely some things in the VAB that I would like to change. Ooh, crew light. That's pretty cool. Has torque, electric charge, and monopropellant. I don't think it has any bay doors yet. I don't think that's a possibility. It also had like a second form, didn't it, for making a rover. I think it used to have like a form for making a rover. How heavy is the tuna can? Tuna can is almost 2 tons, and the gumball is actually, this thing is dense. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay, speaking of issues, chat. There we go. It was stuck in launch assembly mode, I think. What was I just saying? Okay, yeah, this guy right here is actually heavier than this guy. Yo, look at the little window. So if you hold Alt, we can actually zoom in more slowly so we don't end up like taking these huge jumps. But look at the little curb seats. There's the little headrests. Very cool. So yeah, what we're deciding now is which of these two to use. I think I want to go with just the two-seater is fine. Let's have the tuna can, and let's create another device. Well, we played with the tuna can yesterday. Let's just go gumball. Let's go gumball, because I don't think we've done this one yet. So it's not as simple as just putting the launch escape system right on top of it, unless we don't want to detach it because it doesn't have any way to separate itself from the command pod here. Is this the door? Is this where they hop out here and they climb down the steps? Because I don't want to block the exit as well. So they got like 4 windows. That looks pretty sick. There's not an interior cam? Yeah, I don't know if there's an interior cam. I don't think so. I had all my action groups get wiped and staging messed with when I tried to do multiple ships in one assembly area. Yeah, saving frequently is going to be your friend. I think. It's definitely one of those situations where you're going to have to pop a lot of saves. Just get very comfy with that. So we don't necessarily need a nose cone parachute. It's not impossible to put one in, but we don't necessarily need one. What we do need, however, is a way to sever the connection between the launch escape system and the rest of the command pod. Another thing that I'm going to want to use is maybe like a little battery. Maybe just pop a little battery up there. We have this Z1K rechargeable battery. I'm just going to put this down even though I don't think electrics are simulated in the game yet, because I think this is something that I would do regardless. Put a little rechargeable battery up there. It's a very lightweight, 0.05 tons. Then I'd like to get a decoupler. And then on the decoupler, put the launch escape system. Okay. Now, what goes underneath that? I think in case of emergency, we want this thing to be completely separated. So I believe we want another decoupler. Chat, did decouplers stick to... Which side do they stick to? They stick to the side with the thick triangle, right? Okay, so I was right. The bottom of the arrow. So in this case, if we don't want the decoupler to stick, we flip this upside down. And now it'll stick to the launch escape system. And then on this case, we want it to stick to whatever is below this. Perfect. So we're going to have to do some testing because I don't know how to do the action group for this anymore. I've done it one time and I've already forgotten. But that's all right. I've gotten my batteries to less than 100%, but there's definitely something wonky with units and scaling. Electrical's in, but the only thing that consumes EC are reaction wheels, as far as I know. Okay. So, electric is technically a thing, but only on for specific parts. Chat, we're not putting a heat shield here because this is explicitly for the launch escape system. So this decoupler, in case of an emergency, would allow the gumball, assuming it doesn't have any built-in separation, to sever itself from the rest of the engines underneath and have a clean getaway. So I'm still going to put a heat shield for simulation purposes below this once we get everything going. This is just for the launch escape, because we don't want to launch escape with a heat shield weighing us down. Okay, anyway, let's, for demonstration purposes, I think we're ready to configure the action group for this. Let's just get that out of the way and like figure it out. Just for demonstration purposes, I can put a rocket a rocket underneath this. This is beautiful. It's beautiful. That would be stage 1. Stage 2. I need parachutes on this. Okay, we need parachutes for this is just for testing purposes. So, we don't want drogue chutes for this. We want radial mount MK16s. And I don't want to cover up the windows, but I also don't want to cover up the door. Okay, maybe we just don't put this in symmetrical mode. So that's the door. Don't cover that up. And then that's the window. So one issue that I'm really looking forward to, I don't know if I can say being fixed, because I don't know if it's intentional or not, but... Oops. There's the gradual zoom. Unfortunately, like, middle mousing resets the camera sometimes. There we go. But there is no grid to align things with. Like, right now we're on local. And this is alignment with the entire assembly, but... Oh, God. But there is no, like, actual grid, per se. The camera controls are very wonky. So we're just gonna have to deal with it. Middle mouse button just sort of does what it wants to do. Okay, see how there's like a little bit of this above this, like, bolt line? On the other side... I feel like there's more. But I think it's fine. I think it's fine. Yes, I know you can middle mouse on objects. You may have just witnessed me doing just that, in fact, multiple times. But that has, unfortunately, nothing to do with what I was just talking about. Thank you for people arriving once again in the dark. Welcome back. Talk about extremists. Howdy. Absolute grid was one of KSP1's pillars. I would agree with that. I think, you know, you need to have... It's literally rocket science. So having guaranteed perfect symmetry when you need it's very important. But yeah, the issue isn't middle mousing on objects. It's that when you do like hold Alt and mouse wheel in for controlled zoom, sometimes even when you middle mouse in empty space, it resets the camera. Did you see how it just like popped it backward? So you're intentionally zooming in and then move it, and then the camera resets. Like it backs it up. Things like that will be smoothened out over time, I'm sure. Okay, so we have 2 parachutes on this thing. I'm assuming that's going to be enough to slow us down. We're not going to be weighing that much. This is just the escape system. So let's add another stage to flip the escape vehicle thruster off of the lid. And then the final stage, see, we need these two things to fire simultaneously. That's the launch escape in case of an aborted launch, and then this separator to separate us from whatever engine happens to be underneath. All right, let's make a save. Launch escape. Well, actually, let's just call this Minmus Mission. I don't know what workspace file name actually means. We'll launch or name the vehicle the LEV. I don't know. We did the moon can. We don't have unique names anymore. There are no such things. We don't need a description either. The levitation. Workspace name is just what is visible in the title of the load save menu. Yeah, but what's the point? So you can just keep the ship name the same, but just change the actual file? I don't know. Anyway, what up? New sub, sometimes Blue. Thank you for the fresh prime sub. Welcome to stream sometimes. And Drimbus also pumping it. Kerbal Jank program. It wouldn't be Kerbal without it. I don't know, man. That's just how it works, dude. I don't know. All right, it's time to learn how to use action groups again in this. So, we're keeping it simple because we're setting up this action group with a very limited build on the screen right now. These are our parachutes. This is our launch escape system. So, I think we want to set up, what, like a custom command, and we want the bottle rocket to enable engine, right? And at the same time, we want the TD25 decoupler down here to decouple at the exact same time. Is it that simple? Like, did we already do it? Is it that? Then I just have to set up a button for custom 1? Or am I missing something? So is my hotkey just 1? Let's find out. Settings. Oh, input. I'm dumb. Okay. Action group 1. Action group 1 is not the same as custom group 1, though, is it? It is? It is the same? Oh, it is the same. Okay. Yeah, there is a abort action group. I guess I could do that instead of custom, but this is a learning opportunity as well. I don't know what the abort action group hotkey is. Do you have to assign it to something, or? Yeah, it's backspace in Kerbal 1, but I'd like to confirm that. Do you set the hotkey? There's a UI button for it. But these are just X's. They're all X's. That's not the hotkey for each of these groups. You silly goose. That's where the buried treasure is. Most likely still backspace, but I didn't see it in there. Yeah, I didn't see it either. I didn't look forever, but anyway, let's just do a custom action group, and let's get this tested. Okay, so what we want to do is lower this to the ground. Very excited about this. This is the part of just Kerbal in general, whether it's 1 or 2, that I really enjoy, is like coming up with a thing, and it's like, I want to figure out how to do that thing. I want to know how to do that thing right there. I wish it separated autosaves. Okay, let's give this a try. And see what happens. Okay, we're gonna be 1000% certain that we are not in docking mode. Not that it matters right now. Whew. Back out on the launch pad for our first test. I look like a clone trooper up in here. So this is a very simple test. We're just having the decouplers, these little holder assists, drop at the same time. We want our SRB down here to fire off, okay? And then, just in case there is an emergency, which for our case there will be an emergency, we are going to hit the number 1, which we just assigned to an action group. That action group ought to fire this nose off, so you should see some rocket effects right where these nozzles are. Simultaneously, this decoupler should fire, allowing the rocket to pull the command pod up and away from this booster that's underneath it, simulating the rest of the rocket. And then we will hit spacebar to stage off this while we tumble through the air. And then once the LEV is removed, we will hit space for the final stage, deploying 2 parachutes. And let's give it a test. First test of the day. So dramatic. Billy Bobvis Kerman. Ready for trial. Okay, chat. Let's say it starts flipping sideways. And we need to abort. Beautiful. All right, there goes the rocket. Okay, I should have flipped instead of letting it bonk. Don't crash into me. Don't you dare. Okay, fly off to the side. Then we deploy the chutes. Which will full deploy at 1,000 meters. Yeah, I think I need a separator instead of a decoupler is a fair assessment. And we are, I think, perfectly safe. We're at a slight angle. But I don't think the angles matters that much. Because we are at, what, 9 meters per second? 8.9 meters per second? How we doing in there, Billy Bobvis? Turn off SAS. Okay, it's fine. It doesn't matter right now. Just bobbing a little bit. No pun intended, Billy Bobvis. So yeah, the only thing we have on top of this is a battery, but it's not heavy enough to flip us over, which is good. Most of the weight is down here. Okay, I was assuming that, I mean, 8.5 meters per second is perfectly fine. I would say that is a great first test. Let's do a second test where we emergency separate right at the beginning. Oh, shh. Oh, no. What? It was like perfectly, that was nominal. 8 meters per second, 9 meters per second? That's not that fast, dude. Oops. Well, run the simulation back. I'm not gonna. That was a. We wouldn't put live Kerbals inside of a emergency escape simulation. We're not. This isn't tryhards. There's no campaign. It's a sandbox. These Kerbals aren't real. Okay. Well, what happened there? The gumball is capable of surviving a 15 meter per second impact tolerance, according to this. And I know we didn't have anything underneath it except that. There's just a tiny battery on top, which is not heavy at all. The battery is... Oh, did the battery explode? Like, it didn't hit the ground, this hit the ground. Is it possible that the battery exploded on top of the capsule and then chain reacted? Here's how we can tell. Take the battery off and repeat the test. This is why we're testing. We have the clip. Yeah, I'd say let's just do the same test without the lithium battery and repeat it and see what happens. And I can't repeat it 1-to-1, but it'll be close. Okay. Is that debris? That must be debris. Whew. Billy Bobvis is in the VR simulation for another run. Launch escape vehicle test 2 is go. And emergency! We must escape! Now let's flip. Flip? I can't flip. I have no control. Okay, I have control. Oh. I really need a stack separator for that. That's coming in. Oh no, it's gonna land in the water. That's not repeating the test at all. Under what circumstance would you need to use the escape thing? I mean, you're talking about in-game or in real life? Because right now in the game, it's just there for fun. Just like the heat shield and everything else because there's no career mode. But if we were playing like if we were playing career mode and I wanted to have the deaths of Kerbals and hiring pilots and stuff be permanent, we would put a launch escape vehicle in to protect, say, like, high-level pilots who we wouldn't want to lose for the sake of our campaign. Like, if we were doing, like, a no revert if it wasn't a quote-unquote simulation. Okay, I don't know. Oh, SAS is on, but These are some high G's, dude. We almost took off. Okay, chat. In the interest of full transparency, I was holding W. Still funny. Now, yeah, granted, it probably shouldn't be able to do that even if I made it happen myself. But let's do two things. Let's change out this part. Because what we need is force. We need a forceful ejection to push us away from the LEV once it's done firing off. So decouplers don't really have that force, but stack separators, on the other hand, do. They have a configurable ejection force, the TS12 here, so it's going to be 50 kilonewtons of force is the max right now, pushing both of these entities away from each other, which is useful. So we'll try that. We're going to need that to be up here at stage 5, just before the parachutes. And then we need the thruster to fire off when the little holders separate their grip. Make a whole rocket out of stack separators to get into orbit. Is your battery back? No, the battery's not back. I was trying to do a test where we landed on land to see if this thing still exploded with and without the battery. We're doing a completely different type of scientific experiment right now. Let's just run the test again. I want to try and land. I want to touch down on land without the battery, and then do one with the battery and see what happens. Okay, I'll try and maneuver this. There's water kind of all around us. I'm gonna try and go that way. And we're off again. Test 3. Okay. We need to make an emergency abort. Pulls us out and away. Now, stack separator, go. Not yet. Go. Okay, we have a lot more space. Turn off SAS now. Deploy the chutes. That gave us a lot of room away from the stack separator. We're gonna land on the runway. I'm convinced it was the battery, and we're gonna see if we can duplicate it. We do be rocking back and forth, huh? We're rocking really hard without SAS. Oh man, it's pulling us, like, it's actually increasing our speed to 12 meters per second. Why is it bouncing so much? Yeah, it accelerates us to 12 meters per second. It's a gusty day on Kerbal. We're gonna have to fix the wobble. I mean, it feels like hitting SAS is cheat codes. This can't happen in real life. I don't think I need a third chute. I think what I need is to position these even further back towards the ladder so that they're less middle of each other. All right, well, this will still at least help us test 8.4 meter per second landing without a battery. I mean, I heard some concrete, but we're not exploded, so consider we have multiple things to test right now. First, though, we need to test the battery. So let's recover the vessel and revert to the VAB. Spine broken. He's in a comfy chair with a seatbelt and a suit. 9 meters per second, that's very survivable. Okay, battery time. Not there. We were testing a rechargeable battery bank on the nose of... I'm not gonna touch any of the other things yet, because we have to do one experiment at a time. We have to keep the control for this one the same for this experiment to matter. All right, is this test 4? I think this is test 4. Test 4 of the LEV, this time featuring rechargeable battery bank. ETAL Sciences. I do enjoy this trial and errors experimentation. Nose toward the runway again? Emergency situation! Abort! Abort! All right. Stack separator. Give us clearance. SAS off. Deploy the chutes. Watch out below. Okay, we might land in the tree line, but I think it's ultimately okay. There's the battery bank on top. That's gonna make us even more tipsy because of the low placement of these parachutes. I think I need to raise them up and move them back, and then we'll be fine. Okay, we're gonna go... What is... Oh, that's just another piece of debris. It's getting real wobbly. Okay, we're just gonna cheat and turn on SAS briefly because I can't have it be wobbling and increasing our speed significantly for the purpose of the test, and we'll fix the wobble separately. Because SAS was probably on the first time. Okay. We got the angular corner, 8.6 meters per second, totally within the reasonable landing of the pod, but maybe not the rechargeable battery bank. Oh, it totally fine. I have no idea why it exploded the first time. Now, no idea. Everything is the same. The physics glitched. I think maybe the physics glitched the first time. You must have hit a mine. So it's funny, I never heard the term the Kraken until Kerbal 2. I don't think I ever encountered this mysterious force of nature in the first game. But I've seen it a number of times already in Kerbal 2. That means you weren't ambitious enough. You have to have big stuff to wake the Kraken in Kerbal 1. What's my experience with performance? I mean, I get 20 to 40 frames per second, I guess. Depending on what I'm launching. Make really big rockets and just watch them disintegrate before your very eyes. I can make them disintegrate without any help from the game. That's the thing. Okay, so I'm mostly happy with this, except for the way the parachutes bring the wobble. So let's try and make some adjustments. God, I don't like how right-click resets the camera. Let's also do... Can't quite get the rotation the way that I want it, but something like that, probably. And getting things even on both sides is also somewhat challenging. Let's go 1/2 step that way, 1/2 step that way. 1/2 step that way, and hopefully it's close to mirrored. Now, I'm thinking that since these are much closer to the top, and not quite as middle, it'll reduce the rocking back and forth. I could be completely off base, which is why we're gonna do another experiment. Okay, what, is this experiment 5? There's something vibrating, and I don't know what it is. Something's vibrating, Chad. Yeah, the Kraken is when stuff blows up for no reason. That is correct. All right, experiment 5. I've lost count, but I think it's 5. Or a launch escape vehicle. SAS is off for this test. Alright, we're already flipping, so let's abort. Clear of the rocket. We have now created a small missile. Let's separate. Stack separator giving us good force. And deploy the chutes. Is the rocking control? I'm not touching any buttons right now. It seems much more stable. I haven't touched a single thing. SAS is off. The violent rocking didn't really occur. I'm gonna say that is rock solid. Okay. I'm very happy with that. Now, will we explode? Let's find out. I mean, it's not moving. Don't celebrate yet. He hasn't landed. Just simply don't land on the Kraken. It's easy. Why? What is exploding? This doesn't make any sense. You really should not have done that. Trees have no collision at the moment. When they say keep off the grass, they mean it. Okay, let's do it. Let's chat. Now I'm really interested in this. I bet you if SAS is on, it doesn't explode, and if SAS is off, it does explode. That is my current guess. That was with the battery on, but we've already done a battery on landing with the SAS, and it also landed fine. All right, test 6. This is so weird. Okay, and launch abort. Oops, separate. And SAS is on for this one. We're gonna turn SAS off for a moment, because at least I can check how this thing stabilizes while it's flopping down. Pretty good, pretty good. Okay, so we're gonna turn on SAS for this portion, and then fast forward down. And my hypothesis is that it will land perfectly fine with SAS on. Well, let's find out. What does SAS do? It is a stability assist system. But for the purposes of this, there's gyroscopes in the pod that are kind of cheating physics right now. Okay, touchdown. The reason I'm reverting to VAB instead of reverting to launch is because reloading the launch had big bug problems for me yesterday. Sometimes, not every time. Where it would spontaneously and dynamically reshape the aircraft wings that we were flying. I don't know if I could get it to duplicate. All right, test 7. This time without SAS. Well, we'll have SAS, yeah, just no SAS at all. Billy Bobvis is becoming intimately familiar with our LEV system. And pull away. There was something janky that happened there. We went a little too high this time. Little too tall. Okay, 3 times speed. Should be going straight down here. And my hypothesis is we explode. Monka S. So, no explosion. Science! Science! I mean, there is the distinct possibility that it's totally random. Or it could be deadly grass. But I have landed on the grass with SAS turned on. The Kraken can't penetrate concrete. You're looking for a rational explanation for a bug? All bugs have rational explanations. That's how they fix them. All right, let's try grass with no SAS again. And abort. Separation. I'm gonna go ahead and deploy the chutes to try to stall us over the grass. Oh no, I might have just stalled us over whatever this is. Of course, there's just a giant circular bit of concrete underneath me now. Cursed by good aim. Yeah, we're gonna land directly in the... It's just like a bullseye. This is just a new game. Super Monkey Ball. Super Monkey Ball. Alright, we'll try SAS on for this one then. Because we've done plenty of SAS off concrete landings. Alright, well. It's possible that there's a difference in concrete between the runway and this. Because we've never landed on this type of concrete before. We've only landed on runway concrete. Chat, why are you guys obsessed with thinking that it has anything to do with the angle? This is not a Panzer tank, okay? You're not a World War II bazooka soldier looking for the weak spot on the giant enemy crab. It's definitely a terrain issue. The back has the least armor. Also, corners would be the most structurally sound element of an entire thing that you could possibly hit. As opposed to a flat, malleable surface. That's not true. Have you ever opened an almond? Why would you open an almond? Just eat it. There's no loot box inside. Almonds are poisonous before roasting. The only person getting roasted in here is you, Boyardee. Okay, go back to your spaghetti-o, little F you, streamer. F you, streamer. That's a spaghetti. Oh no. Streamer roasts his own chat after killing same Kerbal 5 times. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. This is gonna be the fastest one. This is test 8. Skip. Okay, we're just gonna go straight to the part where we blast off. Open the parachute as fast as possible. No, slow me down. Yeah. Okay. Perfect escape. No SAS. Or wait, SAS on, it doesn't matter. SAS on for grass. Let's just see if it blows up. All right, like it has to be the grass. And this has to be just grass with a texture. This has to be a separate source. Grass is pointy. Chat, some of you guys are out of your damn minds. We have repeated this experiment. We have a verifiable, repeated, recorded series of experiments here landing on different textures. We have never exploded on the runway, and we have always exploded on grass. The grass is lava. What about water? We have not exploded in water either. We can try, like, getting outside of the... Like, it's possible that there is a biome around the Space Center. Like, let's try aiming for the... I don't know if I can go to the mountain with just this puny rocket. This is test 9. We can get there. Let's try getting outside of, like, the Space Center biome. Okay, and... abort. Separate. And parachute just anywhere over here. You landed on grass and exploded on the concrete circle. The concrete circle is reskinned grass. Whereas the runway is a separate entity. Okay. I'm curious if we explode on this. I think we still will. Wow. No, we didn't. It was at, what, 8.5 meters per second? You explode if you go over 9 meters per second. False. It was also 8.5 meters per second last time we exploded. Test 10. Let's make it short. Easy. Confirmed 8.5 meters per second. SAS 8.4. Boom. Boom. This pod is rated for 15 meter per second landings, chat. The Mark 1-3 gumball has a rating of 15 meter per second impact tolerance. Let's do another one. Launch 11. Okay, let's try going that way, over the mountains. If we have enough juice. And emergency escape. Separate. Anywhere over here is good and interesting because this might be like a beach landing. It exploded with SAS on last time, so we'll just keep SAS on. .600 meters. Don't sass me. Hey, don't SAS me. Okay. 8.3 meters per second. It's 0.1 slower. Perfectly fine. My theory is now that the grass in the Kerbal Space Center biome is very deadly. So the people saying it's the angle you land at. We have a way to test that. All right, test 12. All I have to do is level it out with SAS, because we explode with SAS on the grass in curb. So I'm just going to land it as flat as I can physically do it with SAS. This is test 12? Test 12. I like that this is the entire stream now. This is the only thing I care about in Kerbal 2 right now. There's a water plane directly below the grass by Kerbal Space Center, which is grabbing you and making the physics break. What do you mean grabbing me? The water is grabbing me. Kraken controls the water. And abort. Separate. Parachute up. Full deploy. Don't land in the water. Okay. SAS off. Now here's what we're gonna do, chat. We're gonna turn SAS on. And I'm gonna manually raise the angle as we land. Trees have no collision right now. Trees are holograms from the dev's own mouth. It's all right. That's very flat. And I'm dead. No, I'm not. I'm alive. But there's a water splash. There is water. Do you see the? There's water. Hang on. I'm starting to buy the water physics are grabbing me. Because it's just randomly splashing around here. We saw 3 clear splashes there. Try rolling. I actually can't. I'm stuck here. It rained last night. You broke the sprinklers. Is there no climb? Oh, there is a climb button. Where you just kind of jump up. Hello. Fibbin, what's up? Yeah, Skyrim horsing right now. Why is there... Is that just smoke, or... Dude, I don't know. Stinky Kerbal. So it may be the angle, but not because of the impact with the surface, but because it reaches the water differently? We should test again. I agree. Test it again. Try landing in actual water. Okay, with SAS on or SAS off? I'm unsubbing if you do one more emergency abort test. I look forward to my increased ad revenue. Yeah, we're chilling. Until I do this, that is. I was just seeing if it would, like, slingshot me off. Has anyone tested... I can't jump. Well, it's too bad. We live out here now, I guess. Oh no, that didn't recover this at all. Well, okay. All right. We spent an entire hour testing this. How about 2 hours? Test 14. Test 14. Trying to see if I can hit the concrete on purpose. I think we're over it. Okay, now I'm gonna try and do the most extreme angle that I can on the concrete. Which is sort of difficult to do. I mean, that's a pretty extreme angle, but it's also increasing my speed to like 9. No, it's like, what, 8? 8 point, that's like 9. Nope. Totally fine. So it has to be the fact that there's water. Do you see how the biome changes here, though? Like the airfield is it's clearly pasted on top of between the two like forest areas, and there's water over here, and the runway is, I don't know if it's at an angle, but it's just over here. The Kraken lives in the grass plus water. I think so, yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. One more test. Just one more. All right. Just really quick. Give it up for test 15. Okay, what am I testing here? I'm testing if I do the same extreme angle right here, roughly, does it explode right here? But I'm also going like really fast. I'm going like 9.2 meters per second somehow. Okay, now it's slowed down a bit. Yeah, like it, okay, it lands, you can see it lands, and then something happens. It survives for like a half second, and then it explodes. Then the Kraken takes you. Land, splash, explode. Land, splash, explode. Okay, I'm satisfied that at least the LEV system works and is in place now. So, building the rest of the rocket this time. Maybe now we can spend 2 hours building the rest. I've just been fascinated by this weird bug. Because again, the command pod is rated for double that impact tolerance speed. Not double. We did 9 meters per second. We've got 66% more top end speed that we could achieve before this actually becomes an issue. It's 15 meters per second impact tolerance. Now, granted, the battery... Here's the test that I want to run, chat. One more test. What if we take the battery off? Because the battery is only rated for 9 meters per second impact, but it's connected to a part that's not impacting anything. It's already part of the other vehicle. So I'm curious if it'll explode if I take the battery off. Hey, what's up, Splat? We've been doing this for an hour and 15 minutes at this point. But to be fair, though, part of that was just designing the LEV and making it assigned to a hotkey and making sure that it actually works. But what we've confirmed is that harsh angles do not explode when hitting and contacting the runway. Only this area in the grass around the Space Center somehow. All right, emergency abort sequence initiated. Separation, drop chutes, try to keep it away from the water. Okay, that should work. Now, we don't have a battery on top this time. The battery is very light, though. Etal is a pioneer in terrain testing. This honestly brings me great joy. Oh, no. Are we gonna... No, we're good. We're good. Okay, so I'm gonna try and make it a steep angle. You could see it flip hard, though. There was a one frame with a giant water splash, and the physics bounce it to the opposite. Chat, somebody give me a clip. Give me a clip of that. Clip it and ship it. Okay, so it's not the battery confirmed. That's all I needed to know. What was my highest speed over land? Was it like million miles an hour? 91 meters per second? Yeah, but that's what we were doing with the rocket boosting us, right? That was with the rocket boosting us. You make the clip, streamer. Chat, if you don't clip it, I am just gonna do this test for the rest of the stream. Somebody clipped it. All right, Taco Bell extremists. You've done it. Good job. All right, let's consult the clip. Hold. Hold. Okay. That's one frame. That's a single frame. Do you see the ejection? That's water, like a water splash. And then we poof out. Grabbed by the Kraken. One frame transition. Yep. Hear me out. How about we turn off collision damage and see how fast we get thrown? Okay. You can see it flip hard, though. There was one frame. Okay, anyway. So what you're saying is, turn off the collision damage. No crash damage confirmed. Apply on tests. Was this test 17? Send it. And abort launch. Detach LES. Or LAV. Deploy shoots. Fast forward down. We should be unable to explode, I think. So I'm curious what'll happen here. I will purposely nose down. We are go for launch! Why didn't we do that sooner? What? Oh yeah, because there's no damage, so we're fine. Yeah, I forgot, there's no damage. Hold on, there's no damage. So I can do this and not explode. And we're going so fast, I think we're actually moving. I'm gonna try and turn around. Wait. All right, slow down, big guy. I want to roll that way. But it's difficult. Oh. I think I can pick up speed. We're going 5 meters a second. But I'm trying to pick up speed and go that way. Billy Bobvis is fine, dude. There's not even any G's. You're hurting him! He's fine. Okay, that might actually work. I was hoping I could speed up, but no, we go to like 5 meters a second and then slow down. Okay, all right. We figured it out, chat. No wonder the capsule was poofing. Yeah. It all makes sense now. It only took 17 VR missions But we can rest. We can rest. We have solved it. What was I doing? No crash damage off, apply settings. And now I'm getting coxed. We're losing bitrate, chat. Leaky ship. Time to use the launch escape system to escape the frames. Anyways, now that I've solved that, what's up, Splattercat? Thanks for popping and saying hi, dude. Hope stream's been going well for you. I've gotten to pop and hang out for a few of them. Didn't get to see Colony's ship though. So hope weekend's going smooth while we troubleshoot Kerbal Space Program 2. Try with no parachutes. Well, the parachute is what lets me aim. Like, it slows me down. I don't think we'll get any better than that. I think that was perfect. That was perfect. We don't need to do that anymore. Just don't land on the grass. Or if you do, level it out perfect. Anyway, we don't have much to show for our work, but I do have a perfectly functional launch escape vehicle with... We can room for the battery. We can throw the battery back on top. Little rechargeable battery that fits right on the nose. Okay, staging. Staging is still good. We want to create a separate stage just for the LEV. That way it only fires off when we hit the custom hotkey control group in case of an emergency. So below this is just a decoupler. That's just to enable the LEV to rip and wrench the command pod away from the rest of the rocket. So we're still going to need either payload or rocket down here. I'm thinking that with this vehicle, I think it would be cool to send a new ship to Minmus. I don't think we need to make a new ship because the one that we sent to the moon would definitely work, but going to Minmus sounds fun. I think either that or putting a like a satellite in orbit around Kerbin is an option. And I also wouldn't mind like trying to make a plane or a space plane or something today. I got sweet potatoes. Bro, you got sweet potatoes? I love sweet potatoes. And yams. No test 18. We had lucky number 17, Nick. We solved it. Also, thanks What's Up Sub Supernova for half a year. I appreciate it. Bloom the Elf says, what's up, Italics? Oh god, Kerbal Space 2. Oh god, your shuttle launched. Yeah, it's, we solved the bug. We haven't fixed it, but we figured out where it is. And, pinpointed it with, I think, deadly accuracy. Thanks, Bloom the Elf. War of the Worlds, thanks for gifting us up to Space Junkie. Very kind of you. Tat Pig says, test it again. Your wish is my command. Raged Arctic Knight, appreciate the Prime for 52 months. Welcome back. Pelsari says, why the F did it break the time program? Oh, why did it break this time? I think we saw that as well. Hi, Pelsari. One thing I would like to do, I was inspired by the main menu where it had the Apollo-style lander and dock. I'm open to some just backseating on how to duplicate something like that for a mission to Minmus. And I think it would be fun to learn how to dock. Is that something that I could do with you, or do I need to watch a video on that, chat? Like, is that something I could be walked through, or should I go and, like, do that on my own time and figure it out separately? I don't know how complicated it actually is. But if we did want to dock, we would need another piece of the puzzle here, because you probably need to dock on the nose cone. I know how to do it in Kerbal Space 1. Well, I know how to switch to docking mode controls. Rendezvous can be kind of tricky, but actual docking is fairly straightforward. Yeah, so I'm assuming it's mostly just catching up to a object that is already in orbit and not just slingshotting past it. The Kerbal 1 tutorial was enough. I wonder, I haven't looked at any of the tutorials in Kerbal 2. There is a training center. I'm not really sure how many tutorials there are. But my understanding is we would want some fuel tanks under here. So this is a medium craft. So we have a couple options for what to put under this bad boy. We can put a medium fuel tank. That is straightforward, right? And then a thruster under that. This might be heavy. There's also the ability, I haven't really gotten to experiment with this yet at all, but there's engine plates, right? That would be structures. And engine mounts let you connect multiple types of engines. So could you... is it possible to do, like, I don't know if I'm using this correctly, like a medium tank, and then an engine mount, and then could I attach like multiple small engines? How do you do like the multi-engine mounting, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Connect an almost infinite variety and number of engines. Use your engine, mount it, and then it cuts off. There's no additional... oops, I sticky keysed. Maybe if we right-click it. So these are just different types of fairings and shrouds. I keep sticky keys on to feel alive. That is huge piece. Like, I know the adapter's down here. Maybe it's an adapter that we want and not the plate, because these are small to large quad adapters. Looking like Gillette razors up in here, but this is pretty cool. This is not a decoupler, but this is just taking a tank. This is for more fuel, right? Oh, try symmetry enabled with the mount. I could try that. Okay. So then go, as long as we're using, like, this is a liquid fuel tanks. As long as we're using liquid engines that are methalox, should be fine. So yeah, try symmetry mode. These might be too big. What about extra small? You can definitely mount them. I'm not really sure how well they'll function. These are just spark engines. There's not very much thrust here. I'm just goofing around, just seeing like what's possible. Would they fire though from the engine or the tank above? I'm kind of just gonna put up a clamp here and not that many clamps. This is a different test, chat. I just want to see if how the engines fire. Give it up for test 18. So if we hit space, what happens? It works! It's beautiful! Emergency abort! Oh my god. It's flying, coming in hot. 2 tests in 1. Yeah, 2 tests in 1. It's perfect. It's okay, chat. If we land perfectly level, the Kraken can't get us if we land perfectly level. He lives just under the surface here. Okay, so the engines do work, and they do use the fuel from the above fuel tank. That's what I really wanted to know. That jump scare face is great. This is why Kerbal is such an addicting experience. You can just really, it's just this sandbox where it's like, does this work? Oh, I don't know. Let's spend 2 hours figuring it out. How do you recycle things? You don't. That's the secret, chat. I need to restart the game, I think. Because this... There it goes. There it goes. Okay, I fixed it. Probably should still restart the game. So chat was saying, try making the engine plate, but in symmetry mode. I don't think that does anything. Like, this is for engine symmetry mode. I don't think that did anything. Like, these small engines are... Oh! Oh, no, they're just pink. But yeah, there's not enough space there anyway for small. It had to be extra small. However, using an adapter... This is not a decoupler. It will not separate stages. So that's a medium adapter to small. Splits a single large body into 4 smaller bodies. Now, does the fuel flow through the adapter the same way? Like, could you just pop on, say, quad swivel engines like that? And now we have four swivels using 1 tank. And they're spaced out so they're not clipping each other. More importantly, one of the problems with this type of setup in Kerbal 1 was that each of these small engines would create a separate attach point physics object, meaning that you couldn't continue a single rocket beneath these. It would have to be 4 separate things, and they would branch off like a tree. So I'm curious in Kerbal 2 if they've remedied that. Like, we should in theory be able to put something beneath this. That's what the engine plate is for. Yeah, but I guess I'm not explaining myself well enough. Like, in this, is it possible to bring these back without an engine plate? Because it, like, just a fairing or something at the bottom of this. Or do you have to do an engine plate above this? Because the problem, here's the problem with an engine plate, chat, is it's not the same shape. So, this is medium. This is thicker. So if you try to put something beneath it, like, let's say we put another fuel tank down here. You have this clipping, because it's different sizes. Some of you guys give up way too easily, which is sad. Kerbal Engineering frowns upon you. Like, this is the sequel to the other game. The answer is not just don't use that part. Okay? I refuse to accept that as an answer, and it's just, like, kind of lazy and annoying at the same time. Can you flip the adapter thing upside down? Oh, I see what you're saying. Like, can I attach swivel engines to this, right? Then take the same adapter, flip it, it does the same thing that it does in Kerbal 1, unfortunately, where it only attaches to one engine. But I definitely think that it's not unreasonable to say that it should be possible for all four of these to reverse adapt or reverse attach to something like this. It looks like there's a center point. It does look like there's a center point. But you can see that it's choosing one. I'm actually unsure what that is. We found the center point. Hold on. That's the fairing for the engine plate, which is customizable in length, but sadly doesn't register that there's stuff underneath. Yeah, that's the engine plate. But otherwise, it's just gonna pick one thing. I don't have to have it like this. I'm really just experimenting with what build options are in the VAB and Kerbal 2. Like, I'm not saying that the rocket has to be like this. I just wanted to find out, like, what you can do or what you can't do. Yeah, you can just do an actual fairing. The problem is I don't like actual fairings in Kerbal 2 so far. And I'll try and explain why if can be smart enough to find the payload page. Now, the reason I don't really love the fairing system is because it seems more strict than it used to be. So now you click on the wrench. So the way that you create fairings now, instead of like left clicking to create keyframes, is you have to drag it until this plus appears. Unfortunately, the plus only appears once it's gone a certain distance away. So like, or maybe I was just very unlucky last night, because this fairing actually seems much more reasonable. Because, yeah, the plus is appearing... Oh, no, see, it, like, auto-generates to a minimum specification. Like, you can't do half steps. It has, like, an invisible full step that it creates and doesn't actually, like, mirror one-to-one. See, like, I clicked plus and then it changed the shape. It's like I want the fairing to be like this big, but then you try and make it, and now it's even larger. So it has like an invisible. It's not that big of a deal, but it won't be form-fitting as much as it used to be. It sort of has like a guideline. So if I wanted to make it more narrow here, can't click plus. It has to be like a certain way. It's much pickier. Okay, anyway. Be that as it may. I'm just experimenting with the puzzle pieces and seeing how they fit together. All right. Before we even get to the rest of that, we need to come up with a system by which we can dock. So, where is such a thing? There's a docking port. This is the Clampotron, small docking port designed to attach to other docking ports of the same diameter. This includes the shielded inline and Mark II variants. It's also just, and it trails off. No flavor. Oh, there's flavor text. Mark II variants. It's also just large enough for a Kerbal helmet to fit through, making it a vast improvement over the Clamp. So they can actually fit through this. Very cool. Can they go through the battery? Maybe we shouldn't put the battery on top. The battery might block. I guess they could just EVA transfer instead of going through the dock, and that would be fine. But maybe we could just put the medium-sized battery right here. This thing is 0.2 tons. It's a little heavier. It has 4,000 units of electric charge. That's probably more than we need. By a long shot. Where did Streamer learn space aerodynamics? Lots of explosions. Lots of explosions. Okay, see, that's going to be problematic to me. I don't like the way that looks. Fairing time? It's always fairing time. But how? Okay. So we have to remove that. Put the fairing on. Can you dock through the fairing? I guess you can. Or like, can they move through it, I mean? That looks so much worse. Doesn't it? I hate this. Also, where you can add the plus is so picky. I guess because it's clipping, it won't let me. Can't it just go straight up? Yeah, maybe. There's no plus, though. The fairing hates clipping. And it's just ever so slightly clipping. I feel like an engine plate is easier to use than the fairing, because the engine plate will automatically generate. And it's customizable. Hold on, I did it wrong, though. No, that's not what I want. Okay, so, I want, not you. Yeah, actually, I do want you. There we go. That's so much nicer. It does have that, like, texture clip, though. It does have the texture clip. Suspend disbelief, they crawl through the battery. Yeah, I hope that that's it's called Z fighting, right, chat? I think it's called Z fighting. Not much you can do about Z fighting other than go with the other uglier options. Yeah. Nice Dragon Ball joke. Hey, thanks. Okay, I don't think that changed anything else. Now, so we have the dock. We have the dock. On top of what's going to be our lander. Okay, this is our thruster for the lander. What do you guys think is an acceptable engine for our lander thruster? We've got 3 medium options. The skipper, the poodle, and the mainsail. The mainsail is an incredible amount of thrust, and probably not what we want. It's not the most efficient in vacuum either, so this is going to be 4 thrust in vacuum. And that leaves us with either the skipper or the poodle. The poodle has 215 kilonewtons of thrust in vacuum, which is much less than the skipper. But it does have 340 ISP for vacuum, so versus 322. Which the 340 being a higher number means that it uses fuel more efficiently, so the same amount of fuel will last longer in the poodle than it does in the skipper. So I feel like just go for fuel in this case. We probably don't need 500 kilonewtons of thrust for all this. And then I'm thinking, where's like a ladder? There you go. How big is this one? That gives you a good amount of grip. I don't like putting it on the the separator, but in case of emergency, I think we won't really care what happened to this per se. Okay, let's get like a little ladder so they can climb back up if they want. Are you docking mid-orbit thing, or are you making one ship do it all? I want to try learning how to dock. That's why we put the dock port on top of this bad boy. Okay, we need landing legs, right? Landing legs. And we're gonna need communications and some solar. We also need to figure out how re-entry is gonna work. I guess it won't work on this if it is indeed a lander. Let's use the... we used the small legs last time. I think let's use the medium. We've earned an upgrade from yesterday, right? With a successful moon mission, is our funding increased? I'm assuming that these are stronger. Yeah, impact tolerance of 20 meters per second. Designed for heavier landers and other craft. I don't know if this constitutes a heavier lander or not, but we're gonna land on Minmus. These are these smaller legs? Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. So we need to use these. You didn't have the thermal plate to the pod. This is the lander. This is not the part that comes home. This is the part that lands on Minmus, which we won't need a heat shield for. That's a big lander. Yep, that's why I got the heavy-duty legs. I mean, we could make this into the primary section and then put the lander underneath it if we wanted to. That's an option. Isn't the leg clipping with the ladder? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, bring that a little lower. I think Minmus is going to make things easier for us regardless. But yeah, we can just make this. I think we're gonna need more fuel though than this, right? Like, how much fuel is this? This is the stage that we'll need to set up orbit around Minmus, which will be pretty easy, and then get us home. And the lander just needs to go touchdown with a small tank and then come back. Hey, what's up, Soda Snap? How's it going? You typically flip the lander upside down. Like, beneath this stage? Welcome, Artisan. Welcome to stream. We're about to take a break, actually. We have done, like, an hour and a half of bug testing today in Kerbal 2, and now we're actually getting to the rocket build portion of the stream. I had to set up this LEV, and it ended up being an entire thing. A whole ordeal. Okay, so yeah, if this is not going to be the lander, then we'll take that off. Dude, a rover would be fun to build too, but probably not yet. I'm just thinking... chat. Yeah, I know it goes on the top here for the lander. That convolutes a launch escape system, doesn't it? Would the Kerbal be in the lander for takeoff? That doesn't make sense, right? How would I utilize a launch escape system if I built the lander upside down on top of this? That adds a bunch of wrinkles that I don't know if I'm prepared to tackle at the moment. I was wondering if we just put a lander underneath this and just farted it out over Minmus. And then had the docking port so that the lander could just fly back up and reattach. Because if we end up doing that, then we'd pick a tuna can. Which might need a... Oh, we need to make a save. I haven't saved in a while. That's fine, but worded differently. Why would I need to word it differently? Does anything even need to go on top of this other than the docking port? Those two will be able to contact. On the sides of this, we need the legs. Which are here. Small legs would probably be fine on this too. Get like at least 4. I believe those are all symmetrical, and then just drag them down. Yeah, that seems okay. Let's see how they reach. Oh, you can't activate the menu unless it's part of the main ship, which is sort of annoying. Yeah, that's plenty of clearance. There's a little clippage, but I think it's fine. Now this is a bit of a problem. We'll probably need something to connect here. It is nice that you can build parts individually, but you can't right-click on parts that are disconnected from the main build for some reason. Yeah, you have to make it the primary ship. That's the only way, which is slightly obnoxious. Whew. Okay, how do I get this? Oh, that just automatically shrouds? That's good, but doesn't quite do what I need it to do. I need a decoupler here anyway. So we need a probably stack separator. Not stack separator. What am I saying? Yeah, no, a stack separator. So that explodes from both sides. I will probably need to, like, shroud this in somehow. There's gotta be an easier way to do this. But what if there's not? Where's the engine plate? Chad, this can't be the best way to do this, right? I think it is. It's beautiful. It's perfect. Okay. Problem solving. How does it work? Okay. So, if we attach that, I think I'm just gonna have to make a manual shroud here, which is probably fine if we can just... It's so picky about where you can or can't add. And then the clipping, but otherwise it's okay. All right, done. Whew. Now, the problem with these legs, we need an engine on the lander portion of this. This is pretty big. That seems big. This is just Minmus wells. I don't think we'll need that much fuel. The issue, of course, is that the rockets, if we wanted to do the medium-sized one, this is just thick. Like, that's a lot going on there. What if we just did a medium tank with an engine plate underneath it? We're using a lot of engine plates, but that's what they're for. And then below that, put some small engines. There's the Terrier. I'd like to put Terriers without clipping, but that's not going to be a thing, is it? Ew. What about some thuds? Who cares about ISP and vacuum? Am I right? Actually, it's 305. It's not worse than the Reliance, but the thuds are side-mounted, which is cool. What about the, is there adapter from, we had a problem with the adapter where it's ugly. And also big, and also other issues. So I don't think the adapter will work, because we experimented with that. Hello, Gamer Deathbot. You're already here. How did you get here so fast? Okay. What if we just chuck some thuds on this? I think this will make a unique design. And then we put the actual landing legs. We could put them on the edge of the thud. We're probably going to need more than just 4. Well, these are the upgraded landing legs, I suppose. I need local. Yeah. Don't bleep at me. Do not bleep at me. Alright, when these are extended, how does it go? These landing legs are superior to the ones that we used yesterday. These are the medium ones instead of small. Chad, do you reckon we'll need more than this many landing legs? I guess it... Oh, these are the big ones. Wait. Those, we were using the small ones right now. Okay, if we're using the small ones, then we will want more. The issue with them is we can't get them to the same height. Let's switch to the ortho view so we can get a better look at this. Because of the suspension, they actually look like they'll be somewhat similar. Hello, GDB. I do need to take a quick break. Take a bathroom break. Get a drink. I think, like, the Kerbal Space build music is somber and relaxing, but it's, like, too quiet. I miss having our other build music on from SimCity. So I might do that while we're in build mode, and then change it back on when we actually fly. Possibly. Is this a buy or a wait and buy later? For me, it's a buy and play and then wait and then play later. That's what I'm going to be doing. Because I bought it because I really would like to see the game succeed, and I would like to see the bugs squashed, and I would like to see a game that simulates colonies and maybe interstellar travel and resource management between those elements, because I can't think of any other games that do those things right now. But if you're looking for a game that surpasses Kerbal 1, definitely isn't there yet. That is going to take some time and some spit shine. Okay, why does it look like... I guess it's because these are at an angle. That's... Oh. Yeah, because the one that's not at an angle is actually already lower, so we don't need to raise this up to try to compensate for that. This actually might work just fine. Okay, let's retract all the legs. Do you think you'll try to reach the other planets in Kerbal 1 while this is in development? I don't know what my plans are going to be right now. Right now I'm just enjoying building and learning all the new VAB stuff and seeing all of the silliness in Kerbal 2. As long as the bugs aren't game breaking or save breaking or crashes to desktop, I can appreciate a good silly bug that flings you across the map at 2,000 meters per second. But yeah, we should definitely save right there. Okay, what do we need under this? I feel like I'm forgetting things. And I know this is not the optimal delivery vehicle for a lander. I am aware of that. But at this point, I don't know how to do an inverse mounted that still allows us to keep the LEV up top. Kerbal X Terra Invicta. Terra Invicta is sick. I did really enjoy Terra Invicta. Like, I don't know how to have a launch escape system that also... Because, let me put it like this, right? The way... The Apollo style would be... How do I, Yeah. This is Apollo style, right? I'm not sure how to make the nose. Or a system that we can save the brave pilots. Didn't they move it once they reached orbit? I don't know, Chad. You tell me. I'm just listening to what you said. They launched it like you had before, then they swapped modules in orbit. Oh, okay. Well, then I'm doing fine. Then we're doing okay. Is this the save that we just had? Uh-oh. Is this an autosave? Why doesn't it just show me... I don't want to see autosaves. I want to see my save that I just made. Did I just save over an autosave? There we go. That may be the problem. It may just be called autosave. Yeah, okay, this is actually good, though, because if it's deployed like this, and we're doing it right, then we can learn how to dock in orbit around Kerbin, which would be a fun exercise anyways, because that's kind of what I wanted to do. Regardless. And I know we need RCS and such on this, but let's just push further down a little bit, because underneath this, we're going to need decoupler. Why do I feel like that is... I guess it's fine. Is that clipping with a thud? I don't know. There might... We're gonna have to do some tests with this bad boy. Like, I don't know, 15, 20, 30 tests or something. Probably. Just kidding. Okay, so we're gonna want some larger stages at this juncture. Because we have to kick it up a few notches. Test 19. Yes. Because we're going to need... I don't know if this stage is good enough to get us... Chad, is this enough fuel to get a... I think we need a little more juice than just that. Okay, that is... the next size up, I think. What if we just added one more small one? How much fuel is this? This is 4 tons of methalox on top of 8. So we have 12 tons of methalox, or we can have 16. I need this stage to get us from Minmus back to Kerbin and also possibly Chat, is this the stage that's supposed to push us to Minmus? Or are we supposed to have a stage below this that pushes us to Minmus? Are these real fuel types? Methane, monopropellant, hydrogen for nuclear? That's up to you. Ideally, it handles both trips. Okay. I'm just not sure how to check how much delta V we've got in this. Or if I should just spring for the 16. Like, should I just put the 16 ton on this and then chuck the poodle under that? I feel like more fuel is better in this case. But it does add more weight. It does add more weight. Okay, so we got an engine plate here. No, we have a decoupler there. And the decoupler... should we stage up into like an adapter to go large? What is this? This is a medium to large fuel adapter. Is there any clipping here? There is a little clipping. Trying to avoid that at all costs. Oh wait, we have an engine plate though. What? Why do we have an engine plate under this? I guess for this exact purpose, but the engine plate's gonna be stuck. How much does an engine plate weigh? Almost a ton. That's too much. I could have a stack separator under the engine plate. I mean, under the lander, and then the engine plate under that. It's perfect. This is chaos. Probably don't imitate my build. Probably don't copy me. There's still clippage there. Okay, so let's get just like a small medium engine. I mean, there's gonna be clipping no matter what. That's just the thuds in their natural environment. So what if we just push those out a little? They're still very much attached. Okay, very minimal, if any, clipping to the tank that's underneath this. And then let's have the adapter that goes large. Okay. Can we make our own twin bore? Because I don't think the twin bore is in the game anymore, right? Let's actually cancel this, because this is like a Mark III. This is XL, though. Well, Mark III is just significantly slantier cousin. Oh, wow. Yeah, I wouldn't even know where to start there. But no, I think one of these is fine. What is this one? This is a small to medium? No. That's pretty much what we need anyway. This is for space planes? Oh no, the part that I just had was for space planes. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, then we want the huge 72-ton Methalox. What are we... Where's that engine plate? I think I'm getting myself confused here. Why do I have an engine plate? I don't need one. There we go. All right, how much fuel do we need on this? Should we go 2 times? And then we need a large liquid engine. Our options are the Rhino, 1,534 kilonewtons of max thrust, the Mammoth 2, or the Labradoodle, which is mostly for space. I think we used the Rhino yesterday, and that worked okay. I haven't used the Mammoth 2. It's less fuel efficient, but has a lot of thrust. I don't know. Let's play with some new parts. We haven't played with the Mammoth 2, or gotten to see it. It's roughly 2.5 times more powerful than the Rhino that we used yesterday. This is taking a nice shape. Taking a nice shape. I wonder if we can, like, how much Delta V we're gonna have if we just staged this. This is almost just the Saturn V. Yeah, I was trying to make something a little less wide compared to what we did last time. Okay, if we lowered this a bit, moved it over, and then added a little stability assist. Let's say some clamps. Okay, and put this down here, get some staging. It's a little more complicated because of how we need to detach these. Because the shroud needs to disappear, then the lander needs to detach, then the lander thrusters need to activate. We're going to have 2 separate vehicles at that point because we need a docking maneuver. Then the other rocket would be able to fire off. And then finally, if, what are we going to re-enter with? Whatever we're re-entering with, I need a heat plate. I know there's no heat, I just want to do it. I think it would be like this section. That's a battery. Probably just a little bit, like, right underneath this emergency escape system decoupler. We put the heat shield right there. And then put another decoupler under that just to make it more confusing. Never enough decouplers, chat. Okay. But yeah. Where's the decoupler that I just... Yeah, that does not decouple then. No, 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 no. In fact, that one almost never decouples unless the launch escape vehicle necessitates it. And I need to come up with an action group that will decouple the launch escape as well. Okay. Either way, how much Delta V does it calculate that we have? I know the calculator has some problems. Launch vessel Delta V is 6689. So, not quite what I want. I'm wondering where our thrust to weight ratio is on this. How do I even check that? It's 1.6. Chat, what's TWR are we looking for? We do need fins. We do need some fins on this, but it's almost ready for some final touch-ups. I think we just need maybe like a couple SRBs for the first stage, some fins, RCS thrusters, and go for testing. But yeah, let's get ready to clean up. 1.6 is really fine. Well, I'm worried about the lack of delta V. So I'm assuming just escaping atmosphere is going to be our biggest problem. I wonder if we can get away with just 2 instead of 4. Maybe do some big ones. So why don't we do 2? I haven't used the large or the medium. The extended radial decouplers. Chat, manifold. Manifold is big ejection force. Let's try the manifold. Why did the camera go up there? No one knows. Okay, we haven't used the Clydesdale or the Kickback. Kickback is a little smaller. Clydesdale is, oh my god. 3,000 kilonewtons of thrust is probably more than we need. These are like 600 apiece. Yeah, even just some small SRBs would probably be good. And then we can just shift. I'm not sure if just 2 is enough here, but... Does this I'm assuming this articulates for all the power it has. Is 3,000 kilonewtons of ejection force going to be enough to push these cleanly away? Without needing separatrons. As long as you burn through it, it's fine. I guess we can throw some separatrons on here. Separatrons are just to give clearance so that when... Wait a second, what is all that? Okay. Mysterious. Very mysterious. Anyway, what is happening? I know that that one is off, by the way. Brain no work so good. Explaining things too hard. Actually, it's this one that's off. But separatrons are just tiny little rockets. They're tiny little rockets that, when we're ready to stage off of these SRBs, they'll boost the SRBs cleanly and safely away. Okay, that's fine. There's going to be a nose cone up here anyways. There we go. So we just have to activate them at the exact same stage that we activate the hydraulic manifold detachment, and they'll fire off, push. They should be mirrored on both sides. And those 4 little guys have just... These have 14 kilonewtons of thrust times 4. And then the Separatrons... Wait. I mean, not the Separatrons. These decoupler manifolds have... Chat. The ejection force of radial decoupler manifolds is 3,000 kilonewtons of ejection force. Separatrons are only 14 kilonewtons. Yeah, Classy Doge, that's what I thought. 3,000 versus 14. I'm confused on how Separatrons are going to be the difference maker here. When we're only adding, like, less than 60 kilonewtons of force to 3,000. (3,000 in 1 nanosecond versus 14 over several seconds, but it's... How often is a kilonewton of force applied? How do measurement systems work? Let's get some nose cones. That is way too big. How much is that in bananas? Chat, how'd the nose... Oh my, how do nose cones work? How long does it burn for? The question isn't how long it burns for, it's like, is a kilonewton of force measured per second? Like, what? How do you measure a kilonewton? How do you measure kilonewtons over time? It's like watts versus watt hours. Holding Alt might help. Yeah, I was holding Alt. That's the weird part. There's something like in my camera's face. Oh, now it works. What? There's just like something over there that I did not enjoy. Let's see. Okay, chat. The answer is... a newton is the force which gives a mass of 1... Okay, a newton is defined as 1 kilogram times meters per second squared. The force which gives a mass of 1 kilogram and acceleration of 1 meter per second per second. There you go. I think that's what I was looking for. Peepo G. Peepo G. Turns out Kerbal is for nerds. Kerbal is for nerds. This is very true. Okay, now let me see if the SRBs fire off. The Separatrons do not need to fire off right then. The Separatrons only fire off when these guys go. Okay, how it's now it thinks I have... We did not gain barely any delta V with those two. Is it possible that I just need to add 2 more? Or is it possible they're not helping at all? Yeah, now we have 7,000 meters per second delta V. It's not that complicated, dude. It's just rocket science. What seems to be the problem? 7,000 meters per second delta V is enough to go to Minmus. If everything else goes according to plan, which it won't. But this time we know how to not be in docking mode, so that's cool. All right, this rocket is looking pretty sharp in my opinion. Chat, let's take a quick GDB. It's been 3.5 hours. I haven't stood up, gotten a bathroom break, taken the dog out. He needs some snacks. And then when we come back, we're basically ready to do the Minmus mission. We need RCS thrusters, we need fins, and we need solar panels. And that's it. And then we test. So, should be easy peasy. That is the easy part. The rest is going to be learning how to dock. We're going to have to figure out how to dock and then go to Minmus. All right, thanks for hanging out tonight. Hope you guys have a nice Saturday. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Thanks for waiting. This is the gift sub sound.
Trial.
What up? Hey. Yo. We're back for more Saturday gaming. Hold on. So you're not back. I am, but also I'm not. Okay. Now you have my full undivided attention. Chad has been talking shit about you. You hate me because you ain't me. Okay. Let's do this. And then this. And then this. And then remind me to just turn the music back on when we're ready to fly. I think the music's good, it's just too quiet. I need more audible stimulation. So we're going to SimCity Land. But I do like the dynamic music when we are going to different parts of the world. Anyway, thanks for waiting through the BRB. I got some water, refresh my brain powers, and we're back for some more building. Hey, what's up, EJ? Thanks for the sub, dude. I appreciate you dropping the prime. I was hanging out a little bit before I started my stream today. I learned a couple things. It just happened to show up and somebody in your chat was like, hey dude, did you know that if you hold Alt and mouse wheel, you zoom in more slowly? And so now I know that. I learned something. Still getting used to the camera controls. Because, like, if you do zoom in for something in detail mode and then you right click, actually, no, if you sometimes if you middle mouse, it like zooms out randomly. Ding, ding, ding. It didn't do it that time. What's good, dude? Hope Kerbal Space 2 has been treating you well. And also that the missions have been going successfully. We are currently in the process of building my first ever, I think this is, I don't know that much about actual rocket science history, but I am told that this is an Apollo-style rocket, loosely. So the plan is that we've got, well, we painstakingly set up a launch escape system at the beginning of the stream. So we actually have that going, and we discovered some very interesting things. Can somebody find the clip of when we turned damage off? There was a very interesting bug. I don't know if it's specific to my game, but the short version is that if you happen to crash, or sorry, if you happen to land inside of the Kerbal Space Center area on the grass at an angle, then you will be yeeted into space. Here is said test. We did like 18 demonstrations of this, going all over the place, trying to track down what happened and we finally discovered it by changing one little setting in the settings to turn all damage off. Okay, here it is. Down. That took like 18 separate trials and errors.
Go for launch!
What? But what if? But what if? Purposely nose down. Sounds like an 80s VHS tape. Left 4 Dead 2 Witch. Seagulls. I love the victorious music in the background too.
We are go for launch!
All right. You're on the launch pad, ready for the first manned mission to Mars. And all you hear is...
We are go for launch!
do you continue with that mission, or do you just abort? Okay, anyway. So what happened was, I don't know if this is reproducible with the other capsules, or sorry, command pods, but at the very least, with the gumball, if you land inside of the, like, I think I can just show you right now. Let me just make a save. This is driving me nuts. I don't want any description. I just want yes. Just want a yes. Give it up for test number 19. Test number 19. We don't have any struts on this, mind. And the frame rate's going to be very, very low because we have the whole ship here. But if I just hit the control group for the launch escape vehicle, okay, which we set up, then we... Am I still controlling the other plane? There we go. All right. That's not what I meant to do. Please don't land up. Okay. See, this is not the test number 19 that we did it much cleaner. Get off of me. Okay. Anyway, forget about that part. Ignore that. If you land here at an angle, chat, why are you guys at 600 kilobits per second? Why are we getting coxed right now? Where's my frame rate? Internet service provider. They're trying to take us out. Denied the gratification. The only difference is we have a docking port on the top of this now, as well as the MIM 125 fairing. So that may have changed something. But we encountered a repeatable Kraken. Okay, Kilobit should be coming back, so it'll start getting clearer now. Well, we know the escape system works for the new rockets. Wait, I don't think we turned damage back on, did we? Maybe we did. Let's find out. Yeah, we have crash damage on. Do I have a save from when we were doing the original tests? I think I overwrote it. Well, we have video documentation. Long story short, anytime we landed, you think I'm too close to the launch pad? Or something? I don't know how to angle that, because the launch escape vehicle is just going to take us where it takes us. Long story short, we exploded at about 9 meters per second every single time that we landed, and what we found is that if you land in the grass around the launch pad, you are actually getting a conflicting water layer where you'll notice that around the launch pad there's pools of water and little lakes and reservoirs, and that apparently that water level runs under the grass. So if you land at an angle, the water reaches up and tries to grab you through the grass. You have a water collision and a ground grass collision simultaneously, and then you either explode, or if you have damage turned off, you yeet at 2,000 meters per second somewhere, because the physics collides and creates like a repeatable burst of energy. This time it was on the other side to previous tests. Well, yeah, I mean, the easiest way to show it would just be remove this and then just put a small solid booster underneath this and then like launch that. It was every time it was like over here. So then we do launch escape system. I meant to shed that before we didn't do staging for this. Test 20. Test 20. And SAS on or off doesn't matter here. I think what matters is the angle. So as long as you hit this, any angle like this, and it's not perfectly flat, you die. Even though you impact at 9 meters per second and the vehicle itself is rated for 15 meters per second. And when we turn off damage and stop exploding, that's when we're yeeted. Okay, there. We proved that it's still repeatable. I don't know why I was explaining all this because I mentioned the clip and then we watched the clip and EJ asked what was happening. Brimo, were you trying to show me something earlier? What were you trying to show me? Alright, let's reload. Ito's gonna lose his mind if that bug never happened again. Probably. What I was trying to say was, welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a nice BRB. We are getting ready for a Minmus mission where I am going to attempt my first docking maneuver in Kerbal. I have no idea how to dock, but we'll get some practice because I'm planning on getting this to take us to orbit, where I will deliver a lander can that has some thuds attached to it, that has a docking port on top. I think if I pull... Where is it? Yeah. There it is. So we got a docking port up here. We're gonna try and dock the lander can to the nose of the command pod and then do a crew transfer once we get to Minmus. Send the lander down, land, come back up, rendezvous in orbit around Minmus, and then dock, transfer the crew back to the command pod here, and then use what's left of the fuel reserves to push us back to Kerbin. That's what I want to do. You clipped? What is this clip? Why is it on YouTube? Also, guys, I just got an ad for Cox. It says, Las Vegas fastest internet download speeds. The fastest. Did you know? All right, we're watching EJ stream on my stream now because Remo made us do this. Oh, wait, you can't be where I am. All right, I just won't be here. Bye. Bye, chat. Go watch some other stream now.
I was thinking about this last night. You want to move the camera around? You want to dolly shot the camera? All you got to do is just put a big part in the background. Like, watch. Now, don't get me wrong. This doesn't make up for the fact that we don't have these cameras, right? But, so, here. Let me grab this. Duplicate it. Balls. Right? So take this thing.
I know what you're gonna say, because I was there when someone asked about this. This is gonna be, why am I interrupting the movie to say that? Because I know, and I have to share that I have knowledge. These are going to be rails that are put around the outside edges, and you're going to attach to them with middle mouse click, and then the camera's going to attach to them, and you can use them to rotate.
Move it over in the background. Same thing. That is the exact same camera movement. Yeah, I was thinking about that. That's all we do when we dolly shot the camera in the SPH. We're just translating the focal point. That's all middle mouse button does. Or not focal point, the focus point. So, yeah, that's all we're doing.
So, basically, since the VAB and the spaceplane hangar have been merged into one in Kerbal 2, in the spaceplane hangar, previously in Kerbal 1, you could move the camera forward and backward. But now you can't move the camera forward and backward. You're stuck to a anchored point here in the middle. So just to duplicate the ability to move the camera forward and back, we could put objects in the background, link the camera to those, and then we can rotate more freely around objects and get better, more accurate cameras. As a first-time viewer seeing your stream again, the video of that other guy really confused me. Well, see, Beam, that's because chatters don't have object permanence. And so, the second that I stopped talking and went off camera, unfortunately, because you lack object permanence, you have forgotten that I even existed. Peekaboo. Peekaboo. Also, it would help if you've ever seen a YouTube video before, so that when the player UI showed up, you understood what that was. But I understand that occasionally grandparents do enjoy video games as well, and that's totally fine. I really encourage older generations to get into games like Kerbal, because you'll be amazed where technology has gone in the last 20 years. Okay, anyway. The rocket speaks. The rocket has a lot to say. We need to... Oh, what happened here? Let me just reload, because I don't feel like fixing that again. Now, we need RCS. We have no RCS. That's going to be a big deal. I like that noise. I just like that thrum. RCS is going to be incredibly useful. Where is my monopropellant? This is not what I want. Chat, what? I'm dumb. What tab is RCS on? Why? I can't read. I just click on... It's under utility. I just click on every tab. Don't even read the thermal disperse and protect against. To be fair, I think that's just like an ADHD thing. It's the fact that the text takes a moment to scroll. Like if you just do this, you can't see what it is. Like that's pay, arrow, ground, thermal, electric. Like the rest of this, you have to wait. You have to wait for each sentence. And in the time it takes me to wait to see what it is, I could just click on it and figure out that's not what I want. You know what I'm saying? Okay, RCS thrusters are what we're doing here. We want these probably just along the body. I think I'm just going to use the blocks here. Put them on. I think that's the diagonal. Yeah. Okay, the engine is right under there. How many RCS blocks should we go for? Let's get these further up and down. We're definitely going to want some on the actual lander itself, too, duh. That is totally reasonable as well. Wrong spot, though. There we go. I don't love that... the angle of these is sort of pointing down into the engines. I think if we just lift them up a little higher, it's all good. There is some Z fighting going on here. And they're not treating it Master Roshi's this time, sadly. I love Mortal Kombat. If you love it so much, why don't you do it? I'm thinking about just moving these closer in. Was that a threat? Only if you lose! What are you, some kind of loser? Actually, now these can go down a little bit. Let's try to get them just below the red. Perfect. Okay, these will be able to activate at the same time, but I would love if the tanks of RCS, we need individual tanks for these. We're also gonna need some fins that actually articulate this time, because the fins did not articulate last time because they chose the wrong ones. But the RCS thruster block is gonna need its own monopropellant fuel tanks. But either way, since we just watched a video of the man himself, why don't we remember to toss CJ a follow if you haven't already, chat. You can just click the button at the top of the screen. Very excited for Kerbal 2 over there. They've been waiting for this a very long time. But I hope everybody on your side is enjoying the new missions and playing with all the revamped parts. I wasn't here for the last stream. Have you tried the orthographic view? Yeah. I didn't like it. Because it shows me my inadequacies. I'm just kidding. Like this, actually. I mean, it's when it works, it works. But I did find that it had some imperfections that were difficult to put my finger on. But it is still a convenient tool to have for things like what I just did. Okay, tanks. So we're looking for monopropellant tanks to feed the RCS. This is 4.5 tons of monopropellant. And I don't really like just side mounting these to an otherwise aerodynamic vehicle. How can I hide monopropellant tanks in a way that makes sense for this type of vehicle without just putting 4 tons of it on? Just payload? Cargo bays. How do I, okay, but like let's say, I know this is ugly, right? It's not supposed to, I'm not making this entirely realistic, just more realistic than my usual build. Like if I have a lander can here, right, with a small medium tank and some thuds with legs sticking off. Like I understand those are probably not ideally positioned, but how do I get monopropellant fuel like attached to my lander can without increasing its vertical profile by adding a payload bay? If that makes sense, because I know that we have some options for that. Like we have some cargo bays here, like this one. And I guess we can make this the ship for a second, and we can open the doors and we can put some monopropellant inside the doors. Does the lander can have its own propellant? Probably. The lander can has 0.16 tons of monopropellant, which, for reference, let's see, 0.16. Obviously, we shouldn't be using that much anyways. But even just one Stratus 5 is 0.2 tons. So yeah, I guess this is less than 1 canister. Chat, how come in the VAB, If you minimize, like, Methalox here, it minimizes pod on the other screen. And now the first tab on every single category is also minimized. Indexing. But yeah, it does have a tiny bit of propellant. I guess we don't need that much propellant on the lander can, arguably. Am I gonna shove a medium cargo bay onto the primary just to put monopropellant in? I think the answer is yes, actually. It's bad when you look at your own rocket design and you go, what the hell what is that? Okay, that's a battery. But yeah, let's do this. Push this entire structure down. Fit a cargo bay in there. Oh, wait a second. Why is there a secret... Where is the heat shield? Don't ask me about my separators. It all makes sense in my head. Okay, that's the battery. That's the cargo bay. That's not what I meant to click at all. Beautiful. So now the cargo bay can open. And we have fuel here, and we have engine. I mean, that's a battery there. And so inside of this can go some monopropellant. What are the best ones to throw in there? I'm assuming, like, either the little balls or these, ooh, these are big, huh? How do I get them in the cargo bay? I guess like this. That doesn't fit as many as I wanted. Okay, this is 0.2 tons, this is 0.04 tons. These are very, very small. Okay, just to equal one of these, I need 5 extra smalls. So if we could squeeze... We have to squeeze more than 10. There's no way I can squeeze more than 10. And this is 4.5 tons. So it's going like too far in the other direction. So I guess I'll just have to squeeze in the small ones. I need to make a save as well. We just shouldn't be over-reliant. Oh, I could definitely fit one more. Yeah, I need to save. I'm starting to get some lag when selecting a new part. Okay, let's do a little shift. It's not quite there orthographically, but I think it's probably sufficient. And I don't know, we might be able to fit some like little extra small ones like on the roof. I'm trying to avoid clipping. That doesn't look great. Kind of fits though. Yeah, monopropellant for maneuvers is something that I never plan on, but I'm always happy to have as a backup plan. You know what I'm saying? Never planned, but always welcome. What music is this? SimCity 2013. Rest in peace. Yeah, that should be plenty though. Cargo bay doors. Oh. Hold on. Why are those so long? Okay, now they're clipping. I'm just gonna take these out. Rest in peace, Maxis. But yeah, I think that'll probably be plenty. What was that? Beep bloop? Was that an autosave happening? I need to make a save anyway. Okay. I need some workable fins. For some steering. Let's go ahead and take these off for a bit. Question. Which of these... Like, I know the control surface is here. My problem with the control surface is that the entire control surface articulates, which I don't know if that's what we want. Like, it basically completely rotates. Maybe that is what we want. What did I just click on? I don't think that does what I think it does. Let's get 4. Maybe we do need something that has that much articulation to steer a boat this size. How do you go in and customize the wing? Or maybe you can't customize these. You missed the balance gyro section? Yeah, I do need a gyro section. You're right about that. I do definitely need that. God, that noise is nice. Okay, what am I looking for? Probably utility stabilizer. So, large reaction wheel stabilizer. 4 gyroscopes working in sync to provide an impressive amount of torque and stability. And even the largest craft. It'll also eat your batteries. Maybe not between the fuel. That's probably not a good idea. Maybe just like... yeah, where is the best place? Chat, does fuel transfer through a stabilizer wheel? Because if that's true, then I'll just put it like here around midship. Because this is fuel as well. And then stabilizer, and then the rest of the fuel. For liquid, we just lost some delta V. We're losing more delta V. We're at like 67, 69. Oh yeah, it's a little wrench icon. Want a bit of route length because we want some surface area for these to actually catch. Thickness, though, not too thick. Now the angle here, sort of pointed in. I want these to be fairly large, because we need some good steering from below. And also after the SRBs are lost to the wind. Okay, let's try that. I definitely want to test my control surfaces before we do a test launch here. Okay, got RCS, Do you think I need more thruster blocks here? I feel like a third block would be okay. Where is this connecting to? Let's do it right below, right below you. It's kind of hard to tell where the middle is here. Let's just do that, and then just eyeballing that. That looks almost evenly spread. I think there's a little more space below. That looks pretty even. You can fit a little extra RCS onto the lander around the docking port. Do you think there's going to need more than 4 RCS blocks? It's not going to be that heavy, is it? Is this clipping? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. There we go. Is that going to be a problem? We need to try ejecting that fairing as a test. Oh, let's save again. Let's save. Okay. What are we missing, chat? Solar panels? Yeah, we're missing some solar. I wonder if we could fit additional batteries in the cargo? Inline stabilizers will be using most of our battery juice. Let's see, how big is this? That is very reasonable. But how do you, is there a hotkey to switch to local alignment? That's pretty good. There's 4 extra batteries. That's going to be more charge than we need because we already have like 1,000 units. Cargo bay doors close. We have built-in battery up here anyways for the small portion. What are we forgetting? Let's just do a quick little inventory. Oh, parachutes. No, we have. No, they're good. We have parachutes here for landing. Ways to recharge them. Yeah, that's what I was about to add. I was about to add some solar, some deployables. This comes with a protective shroud. Why is this one so big? This is huge. Probably don't want to just backpack that onto the side of the ship. Looks cool though. The profile of these is much, much better, I think. Chad, is it safe to just bolt these to the side, or do I need to get more creative with this? Aerodynamics, never heard of them. Because I'm trying to think, like, I could put it just on the side of this. Oh, it's doing, like, mirrored mode. Flat surface, also never heard of it. I don't like putting them near the RCS blocks. That drives me crazy, actually. Hold on. I'm gonna try and rotate this. Why are you like this? That's pretty good. That's pretty good, right? It's clipping a little bit on the sides. Okay, let's try deploying these. Let me see what they look like. We can go up a bit. That should be clear of all RCS, and 4 panels is probably more than we need. Now, I would like to put at least 1 panel or 2 on the lander, because you don't want to run out of power there. So it occurs to me, does the lander have any way to steer outside of RCS? Because I don't think it does. Thuds aren't... Do thuds articulate? Is there an oh, there's a stabilizer inside the lander, I think. It has its own. And I think thuds do articulate a bit. But yeah, I think 2 panels on this would be more than enough. What the hell? What did I click on? Okay, I can't guarantee that those are perfectly straight or level. They look a little crooked, actually. The rotation's not... There we go. That's gonna have to do. Ah, it clips with this. Can we just rotate this around? Those will flip. Why are you like this? It's gonna either clip the leg or it's gonna clip the lip. There's the clip down below. What do we turn it sideways? Yeah. Okay, solved. Solved, I think. Okay. Chat, we have power. We have RCS. These RCSs are just closer together than these. That's fine. Are we done, roughly? Am I missing anything significant? We have parachutes on top with an escape system. We don't have a ladder, do we? Ladder's difficult because of the placement of our landing legs. Because yeah, it'll clip through the landing leg. Struts. We do be needing struts. I could always retract this landing leg after landing, and it's probably enough. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna leave it there. Just the small one's fine. Okay, let's add some struts and go, baby. Well, chat, 6,700 meters per second delta V. We need to increase that. Maybe I need to organize staging and then it'll update. I don't know if we have enough delta V. We might have enough delta V for an optimal trip to Minmus, but this is not going to be an optimal trip to Minmus. I couldn't even steer properly. Oh, we don't have any comms. I think putting some kind of antenna on here would be nice, just at least to have it because it looks cool. Do you really need another reason? Just one is probably sufficient. Looks beautiful. Just like I remember in Kerbal 1. Alright, this music is disaster. We don't need disaster music right now, okay? That's a bad omen. Do we want some bling? Like lights? I think I'd like some. Sometimes it... Oh, this is like a cargo bay that it's just not grabbing onto, huh? Dude, can you just launch? Why don't you buy the game and play yourself? That's what I thought. You lazy. I do have it. Then tab out of my stream, first time chatter. We didn't ask for you. Refresh my stream and watch an ad right now. Okay. Where are we? What color do we want these lights to be? Pink, obviously. The lights work. I don't know. They on and off. We've invented lighting. Advanced lighting controls. Emission enabled. Blink enabled. All right, there's your pink. Here's more pink. Boom. Easy. Antenna on the lander. Sure. I was just trying to click on a completely different object that was not the antenna to put it on the lander. This is kind of too tall. I could probably just sink it in. It is very tall. Show me what this looks like extended. Okay, perfect. Save again. He's still in the VAP, yeah. Chad, I got bad news for you, okay? I know this is going to surprise some of you, but in Kerbal Space Program 2 right now, what you see on this is the game. No exaggeration. This is the whole game right now. You build stuff, and then eventually you push spacebar. I'm creaming and scrying right now. It's like Lego. It is like Lego. Lego, you spend hours and hours piece by piece assembling something, and then when it's done, you just look at it, you know? Wow. Oh, that's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. Does it do anything? No. If you mishandle it even slightly, it'll break. Okay? It's just like Lego. Did you solve the exploding capsule upon leaving issue? No. It's actually just a reproducible bug in the game. That we did narrow down, at least. Okay, so, struts. How do they work? No one knows. Let's use them. How do they know how to magically decouple? At the perfect stage. I turned on symmetry too late. We need to restart this one. Camera? Why did you go up there? Camera? Camera, please. I see why EJ did an entire tutorial on the camera. I understand. Okay. Unfortunately, yeah, we need to do it to these two as well. Roughly in the same positions. Make sure they're engaged on all sides. Okay, buckle up those SRBs. I don't think that's too close. Okay. And on this side as well. I feel like that one's wrong somehow. I heard like a whoop in the background. Did you guys hear that? Was that an alarm? Why'd the camera go up there? I don't know. Just find what you were looking at a moment ago. It's easy. Okay. The alarm is for the camera change. Honestly, 4 sets of struts is probably enough. Does this game still hold up? You mean the game that just released in early access yesterday? Well, I mean, I'm playing it on the second day, so, you know, I still got stuff I can do in it. I hope it holds up for a long time. I hope that they continue developing it, because if it's over already, yeah, the answer would be no. I have 400 hours in Kerbal Space Program 2 already. Can you see yourself playing this 2 days from now, though? 2 days from now will be Monday. Assuming I am streaming, I'll probably be playing something else because I'm a variety streamer. But no, this Kerbal Space Program 2 does not have infinite gameplay right now. It has as much gameplay as you have imagination. Which is to say, the only gameplay is you building stuff because you want to and seeing what it does when you hit spacebar. There are no other goals or objectives outside of the things that you set for yourself. Which you can also do in Kerbal Space Program 1. It'll just be... we were talking about this at the beginning of stream. There are certain things that I think are significantly visually more appealing in Kerbal Space Program 2, and I think there are certain things that are more visually appealing with mods in Kerbal Space Program 1. But for me, I think that a lot of the reason that we build the Legos is because we want to see how our Legos look in different environments when we're done. And I think that that has appeal in and of itself innately. Is there a full solar system? Yeah, there's a Kerbolar solar system. And then later on down the line, there will be interstellar play. I can't seem to get this lined up. It seems like they're different. It's fine. But like, example, the moon, or Mun, it's Moon, by the way, in Kerbal Space Program 1 with mods currently looks better than it does in Kerbal Space Program 2. Like, that's just a fact. It is what it is. However, in Kerbal Space Program 2, a lot of the situations in which lighting comes into play, and we had a gorgeous, obviously atmospheric re-entry effects aren't in yet, but we had a gorgeous re-entry into Kerbin as the sun was setting just over the cloud layer, and as we dipped below the clouds, it was a picturesque scene that I haven't seen in Kerbal 1, even with mods. So there's a lot of things that I think are visually very appealing about Kerbal 2. The problem is, of course, having enough frame rate to see them sometimes. That's fair. But I think the frame rate and things will be ironed out over time. So I'm not really worried about having to wait to see them be so. Yeah, these are just like, the attach points are sort of off, but it is what it is. Why did I do that? No, that's about the same. It's not even, but we're doing what we can do with the tools that we have. It's pronounced Moon, not Mun. Yes, I agree. I don't understand the naysayers. They don't know how Moon was originally spelled, okay? And it shows. It shows. Does anything else need to be bolted on here? Speaking of frame rate, this thing is gonna get like 5 FPS on my computer. You've been warned. When does launch commence? When I say it does. Non-follower. You feel me? Okay. We're gonna have to do some testing first. We gotta do some testing to make sure these fins articulate. We also need some launch clamps. So look at the launch clamps. Is this safe to use launch clamps in this array? What is it attaching to? Problem with launch clamps is they clip through the fins. Yeah. Is it safe to use, what is happening? I feel like having the launch clamps there is bad. I think we could do this. Like, I don't want the fins clipping through... See how they're right between? There we go. Okay. Where are all the first-time chatters who know to look through the Kerbal Space Program 2 directory, find a random stream with somebody who's in the VAB making a carefully constructed series of stages? Where are they popping out of the woodwork like, when launch? Hello, I am here, when launch, please. Does this happen in the other streams? Or is it just like that time of evening? Oh God, they're coming out of the woodwork. No, just this one. Hello, Win Launch. Oh my God. You bunch of locusts. You cockroaches peeping out from between the floorboards. Chat, I have some bad news for all the first-time chat or non-followers. I just made a vessel which is ostensibly supposed to dock with itself in orbit. That's right, dock with itself. Look it up, Google it. And then I don't know how to dock in Kerbal Space Program. So, I hope you know how, so you can give me the tutorial. This shit took 3 hours. No. The first hour and a half to 2 hours was spent testing the repeatable bug that we found of the launch escape vehicle system. That was what we did, and then we started building the rest of the ship. It's way easier than having to also do orbital rendezvous. Well, we'll have to do that on the way back. Okay, I believe that, barring anything unforeseen, we're ready to check staging, and then check the fins to make sure that they articulate. And if the fins articulate, we just have to hope that they have enough, ability to steer us toward orbit. The other thing is, I feel like I would be more comfortable with another 400 meters per second delta V. That's 3 hours? What? You think... Do you think building a ship in Kerbal... should take less time? Why would I want to finish the game faster? Literally every person who streams Kerbal Space Program, if you want missions to succeed, you have to build the damn ship. Streamer is edging launch addicts. I am now, yeah. I know this will come as a surprise too, but when you watch those Scott Manley videos, he just cuts out all this part, okay? Because he also doesn't have to talk to you. Because people in the YouTube comments can't come in and be like, hey, you're still building for that new video, Scott? What's up, dude? Press spacebar already. He doesn't have to deal with that shit. I do. All right. Anyways. The price of those Twitch bucks. I see the Prime Gaming avatar next to you, but I don't see the sub icon. Hey, mine. So what's up with that? Not sure what Twitch bucks you're talking about. So, when we press spacebar the first time, we have the liquid engine that I've never used before going off. This thing is incredibly powerful. We got 4 small SRBs firing off at the same time. Those are going to run out of fuel first, and we're going to need to detach them. When we do detach them, we'll hit spacebar for the second stage. At the second stage, we will eject the SRBs with this manifold system, and simultaneously, we have 4 Separatrons per SRB that are going to fire tiny little rockets to push the SRBs back and hopefully give us some clearance so they don't bump back into the main body. Next time we hit spacebar, by the way, at this point, the liquid will be the only thing really propelling us. And checking the parts manager... No, not the parts manager. Checking the engineer's reports. Seems we have about 1.8 thrust to weight ratio, so we have plenty of thrust in the first stage, as far as I can tell. Okay, once the main body of the liquid is done, we should hopefully be able to initiate a transfer. All right, can SimCity chill the hell out for just a minute? We should be able to detach this lander where there's a dock on the top of it. We need to rotate that dock around up to the nose of this section of the ship, the control pod, or the command pod, and then dock the lander with the command pod. So, I actually do need an action group. Scott, win launch. I need an action group that is here just to clear this.
Your opponent has snapped.
Okay, I'm going to retreat now. People leave.
All these Kerbal viewers don't know what Marvel Snap is, and that's a damn shame. All right, we'll check subs in just a moment.
You're just an egotistical streamer.
You guys are really coming out of the woodwork here. Help! I'm trying to focus. Help. Okay. So what we need is... Dude, how am I going to find this? Oh, it's actually right there. Okay, we want to decouple action on this to break away the nose the launch escape system. And below that is... This is a payload thing? Structural thing? It's a structural thing. Okay, what happens if you jettison the MIM 125? Does that just jettison the engine plate shroud? We're gonna do some tests before we launch. I'm just warning you, you're gonna see the launch pad at 5 frames per second, and then I'm gonna have to do some tests, and if they don't work, we have to come back in here, okay? So just because you see the launch pad in a minute doesn't mean anything's gonna work. Subber's trying to pay for launch. Is this a streamer about to launch? Marvel Snap is goated. Hell yeah. Speaking of, I just picked up, I know you guys don't care about this. I just picked up Stature, and Sakar is the location for the weekend, so like, Ben Brode personally loves me. Ben Brode wrote me a love note. Okay, I think, by the way, Amine, thank you for the 12 gifts up. It's very kind of you. Now that you've atoned for your sins. Mr. Super Smiley for 5 subs and 1. Hello, Mr. Super Smiley. It's launch time. It's not launch time. But thanks, Amine, so much. And Super Smiley, welcome, Buzz. Mowgli, smooth sailing with the brand new sub. EJ earlier, Mad Dog gifted us up to Celery Sticks. Classy Doge, thanks for gifting us up to Dirt. Geld, who's now just being annoying in the chat. Breezy Meow says this rocket is looking rockety. Hey, Breezy Meow. And then Supernova. Thanks for subbing earlier, too. All right, staging. So we're going to break away here. Sure. And then the shroud. Yep. And then we break away the lander. Then we take control of the lander. Turn on the thuds. If we want them. We need to dock that. Then we have a poodle. We got a poodle under that shroud with a bunch of fuel. Okay. And then when we're coming in last, that should be the final breakaway points. And we don't need a heat shield, but I believe there is a heat shield underneath. Okay, let's go to the launch pad and run some tests. I just saved, so... I want more Delta V, though, before we leave. How do I get 400 meters per second Delta V out of this? He's launching now. No. I am checking my 6 FPS slideshow now. Okay, we need to do 2 things here. How do I move the camera? Dear God. Why? It's beautiful. Why? Stop doing this! I just want to lower the cam. Okay, I need to check these. They do wiggle. They do wiggle. That's probably good. They're wiggling. Are we tipping? Why is the camera rotating like this? What camera is this? I am so dizzy. Okay, flight camera's probably fine. What did I say we need to test up top? Not the launch system. Go home, camera, you're drunk. Also, Charizard Boner has atoned and is now a Prime subscriber as well. Plate separation. I can't get the camera up here. That's the clamp. Okay, I jettisoned the fairing. What I'm trying to check to make sure is that when I jettison the fairing, that the clamp doesn't also jettison. Chat, we're gonna turn RCS on. It's gonna be very weird. I need to wiggle back and forth and try and shake the top part off and see what falls. I'm also just now seeing for the first... What the hell is... Why is this so... It's gonna be... This is really wobbly, dude. It's gonna snap in two. Is this too tall? Oh! Perfect. Yo, my internet. Give me my internet back. Wow, it... the nose fell off, and then Cox turned my internet down to 500 kilobits per second. Jesus. Imagine if I launched now, and you guys missed the launch because bitrate. Launch. Launch. It landed on the router. Okay, so the clamp is still attached, yes? It has to be, otherwise this whole launch is going to be aborted. Classic mistake, keeping the internet on the nose. You guys can't even see shit. You're at 1,000 kilobits per second. I'm trying to give you a second to... I don't know how I would possibly strut this up to make it less wobbly. I feel like this thing is gonna flip end over end. Those of you saying that it looks fine, you probably are watching it like 160p. Because if you're watching it at source, there's no way it looks normal when I move the camera around. BRB watching the Lord of the Rings trilogy. Don't launch without me. Okay. Let's revert to VAB. There's actually a bug if you do revert to launch sometimes. Did you hear about the new rumored Lord of the Rings movie? I will only get mildly hopeful for a Lord of the Rings movie if I know for sure that Amazon is not attached and Peter Jackson and Fran Walsh and the rest of the original crew and executive producers are attached and they have ample time for prep. Like if they say that that movie is coming out in like 1 to 2 years, If it's like, oh, we're doing a new Lord of the Rings movie, Peter Jackson, Fran Walsh, and the rest of them are attached, and it's going to come out in 2027, I'll be like, oh, damn, that's going to be a sick movie. Okay, I don't know. I don't think any struts are possible for this, but we can. You know what? We can go against conventional wisdom, and we're gonna do the very rare nose cone strut. We're gonna do a nose cone strut that goes as far as the strut is legally allowed to go. Why does it look like this? Never mind. Struts are buggy. I say we just launch it. And then realize our mistakes in orbit. I'm ready. I'm ready. I prefer you guys had like another 1500 kilobits of internet, but I just want to see what happens at this point, frankly. Here's my hypothesis. I think we're gonna go straight up to like 10,000 meters, 8 to 10,000 meters. I'm gonna try and achieve a 45-degree angle. As soon as I try achieving a 45-degree angle, this entire thing is going to flip upside down, and we're gonna have to use the launch escape system to safely eject the pilot. That's my prediction. But also I needed, why does it say we have 4,000 meters per second delta V? That is strictly not true. I don't think it's counting some of our delta V. We're just gonna send it and then come back to edit it later. Can you even load multiple Kerbals yet? I don't know. I'm not sure. Okay, put it on the launch pad, and we're just gonna run staging over one more time. Prepare for the slideshow, chat. Prepare, all hands, prepare for slideshow. I mean, all the correct boosters are gonna go on the first and second. My actual fear is that we're not gonna have achieved orbit by the time we need to detach the bottom tank. Okay, well, you know what I need to do? We need music back on? Let's also make sure that we are on not docking mode this time, normal mode. SAS is engaged. We're going to save RCS for the emergency that we know we're ultimately going to have. Let's do a little time dilation here. Just a casual 1,000 times speed. Try to get a morning launch. Maybe get some beautiful clouds. Why did it just physics me? It just tried to physics me. Stop! Dude, what is that jello? Huh? Okay, we're restarting the game before I try this launch. I'm restarting the game. All rockets do this. They do not. Restarting the game is good anyways. I haven't restarted it in 5 hours. Launch delayed again. Okay, let me make sure that this is saved. Might get better frame rate like this. Something weird's happening to my computer while this is closing out. Got him. Okay, it's loading back in now. We're loading back in. And then you guys are gonna get what you've been waiting for. I would say patiently, but not patiently at all. Nobody told me the stream would have jump scares. Ooh, well that looks cool. Is that a nuclear space station? Chat. How do saves work in this game? Do you have to make a separate save? This is from 5 minutes ago. Because they saved the vessel, but not the game, apparently. So it should be fine. But the vessel won't, like, unwrite its save. Get these TikTok chatters out. Okay, let's make sure it's the most current version. Oh, where are my game saves? There they are. Minmus. Okay. Should be golden. Let's take it back out to the launch pad. This is a streamer that never launches. The streamer that never launches and the chat that never shuts up. It's a match made in heaven. Your Delta V went up. Yeah, I still don't know if it's enough. I want a morning launch. Hi, I silently lurk. Thank you very much. You're not lurking now. You're in my chat. Yeah, I think this thing is gonna flip upside down, but maybe I'll be proven wrong. Perfect. It did get bouncy again after some. Am I just not allowed to simulate time? That's not right. Okay, we're just gonna launch this and just find out what the Jello's doing up there. Why did I just lose 2,000 meters per second Delta V? Where's the music? Look at the frames. They're beautiful. Finger on the escape button. Look at it go! We're climbing, chat. Is it wobbling a little to anyone else? Why is the top rocking like that? Why is the top rocking like that? Oh, man. What a great gravity turn. Oh, it's a great gravity turn. Oof. Is it time for a launch abort? Is it time for our emergency systems? I gotta see what happens. Oh. Oh, it's pointing down. It's weighing us down. Okay, chat. I think it's time for emergency escape. This is, we planned for this. We're accelerating towards the ground. Mission abort! Oh, not a moment too soon. I don't know what that is that flipped off. All right, we need to separate from the nose. There it goes. We need some drogue shoots on this. Yeah, that's actually one thing I do want to add is some drogue shoots. That's a sight though, isn't it? Just nuke some random city. How many G's are we about to pull here? What, like 4 or 5 G's? Where's the rest of the ship? I don't hear the distant explosions that I'm used to hearing from Kerbal 1. Well, at least, at least the launch escape system testing that we did at the beginning of stream was, well, totally worthwhile. Can't complain at all. We're taking good care of Billy Bob. We just lost a few $100 million, probably. I kind of miss the old explosion sound, just... Oh, this thing having RCS? That's what those ports are. That's really cool. Alright, Billy. we can confirm that landing on grass is totally safe. As long as the grass is not slightly translucent and shows the sun behind it. Suspicious grass. Look at these beautiful flowers. Chat, a video game in 2023 or a Lego set? I think you know. I have to. I just this thing is sitting right next to me. It's a foot away. It's a foot away. I have to just use it as a prop. Can't stop showing it off. Okay, revert to Vab. Because cleaning up debris in this is sort of impossible. I think the problem is, I believe we are attached via a docking port. And that's why it's so flimsy. I think that the docking port on the lander is what's holding up the rest of the ship. Because this is where the flop is. It's exactly here. How do I fix this? And don't say struts. I'll show you where the problem is. It's right here. Okay, so here's the docking port. Here's the engine plate or fairing. What is this? I get them confused. I think this is just a fairing, like yeah, I think it's just a payload fairing. The AEFF250. Yeah, that's the scallop. Not my. This is not my new PC. I'm gonna change that command. This is my old PC. Just gonna change that now. Taking the word new out. Okay, so yeah, here's where the problem lies. We have a docking port here, and I need to connect... How heavy is this fairing? It's 0.6 tons. I don't want to add an extra half a ton to my lander can if I don't have to. Because the lander can itself is only 2 tons, so just increasing its weight by like 25% doesn't seem like a good idea. Okay, what if we... Here, I have an idea. What if we, like... delete the fairing. What if we add an engine mount? Okay. Then attach the docking port... Wait, not the docking port. Just attach the lander can to the engine mount. Then we go... What's great about the engine mounts now is we can actually change the length of the fairing, which is really cool. So it's got too much... It's still got a little too much space, but this is as close as we can bring it. And then, can I go in and attach this to the top? No? Damn. That's what I was going to try. I can... What if I... I'm trying to keep it where the engine plate is not attached to the landing can. Because it's, again, it's like 0.6 tons. And if there's no other way, then there's no other way, but it's just adding unnecessary weight to the lander kin. Just go with, I mean, we get, wait a second. Isn't there like a whole structural piece in here? For like a half truss? In Kerbal 2? Where's that, like, very interesting 50% exposed structural truss that I'm thinking of? I put my lander in a payload container. That's a good idea, but I'm not going to redesign my entire lander right now. I swear one of these trusses was like... Is it... It might be in payload, actually. Ah, yeah, it's these. I was curious about these. These are saddle trusses. Okay, what if we just deleted this engine plate? Where did I deleted the docking port, I think? I need the docking port back. And it needs to be the same size as the one that's on the other vehicle. I think it's small. Is it possible to get a docking port backwards? I'm assuming that's the way it's supposed to be. Okay, what happens if I put like a saddle truss there? It doesn't fit. It was a good idea, though, I think. Or does it fit? Is that what it's supposed to look like? That's not going to decouple properly. Put less jello. Okay, I mean, I can just do some spaghetti. I can just do some spaghetti. Looks good, let's fly. We just flew it, okay? We haven't changed anything yet. We just flew it. We have to change something before we fly it again, you understand? I can't use a tube because it's not going to fit in the tube. I already gave you guys launch. You're not getting second launch until you figure out how to fix this shit, okay? When you fix it, let me know. How to... Oh, there we go. Cargo bay open. Is there a cargo bay that is adjustable in size? 'Cause that would be awesome. I don't think so. Okay, what if I just load what I had? Because all the staging was correct on there. And then we just need to hide this. Hide the fairing. Okay. And then hit it with some struts. The lag. Chat, okay, from Kerbal 1, you guys can answer this even if you haven't played Kerbal 2. Which side keeps the strut after disconnect? The side that it starts on or the side that it ends on? I wanna keep the strut off of the lander. The side that it starts on keeps it. Okay, so if I started on this, like, plate up here. And then just do some beautiful spaghetti. What happened? What? How is... Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, if I did this symmetrically... Deep breath. Chat, I don't think this is that big of a rocket. But Kerbal 2 definitely does. Because every click right now is like, my computer's fighting for its life. And I don't understand how these struts are... That's not symmetrical. I'm gonna do these one at a time. I'll just do them one at a time. All of this and they're not gonna separate. Are they not gonna separate? Okay, too many blocks of text. I need like a breath of fresh air, dude. All right, my brain hurty too much. Brain hurty. I already gave you guys one failed launch. I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a pee break. Breathe some air. Okay. Here we go. We're back. Now, I know what needs to be done. I don't want to do it, but I know what needs to be done. We have to put a we have to put a separator on the separator. I don't know how to explain this. My brain's still not working, but I have to put a stack separator here into a fairing into a stack separator. Okay? It's the only way. That I can think of to do this. And then we have to strut this. So we have to enable the fairing. And then edit it. Drag it down so it covers everything. Check. Cannot. What? Oh. It says, oh my god. I will destroy you. All I need, you piece of poop. The fairings are incredibly sensitive with clipping. They like absolutely refuse. Wait, I tricked it. It had to go a little. It had to go lower. Hopefully this ends up working with the Z fighting. Okay, now we disable the fairing. And now we go back to structure. Go back to struts. And then we're gonna attach struts from the stack separator to the lander. Okay? Like a bunch of them. Actually, can we do this with symmetry mode? Yeah, we can do this with symmetry mode. Hold on. That camera is gonna drive me insane. Okay. Click. 4-prong symmetry mode on the stack separator. Those are actually lining up. This should hopefully stop the wobble. Now we go back in, enable the fairing. Okay. Chat, are we in business? Are we, as the kids say, cooking? God, I hate that phrase. God, I hate it. That's how you know I'm old. He took the Jell-O out. Vital hates Breaking Bad. Most of the people who say that haven't even seen Breaking Bad. They just are like, Better Call Saul is so good. Oh my god, I love Better Call Saul. Okay, let me check, let's try this again. Why is this in the first? That is in the wrong stage. If I press spacebar, this would just instantly decouple. Where is that supposed to go? Somewhere over here. Okay, stage one. Stage one. We have supports detach. We have liquid engine on with 4 SRBs to get us off the ground. Okay. Stage two. Separate the SRBs. Separatrons push them away with an ejection force of 3,000 kilonewtons from the manifolds. Next stage is decouple the giant liquid tank below the lander. Next stage is disable the shroud between the stack separator and the lander. Then the stack separator itself ejects. Then the stack separator that's holding the shroud, and then the stack separator ejects. It's genius. Then the thuds turn on. Which the thuds can actually just turn on. They can just enable the second that this one happens. Okay. Then up here, we're going to have this engine fire off. That's what's going to propel us to Minmus. It's going to be fantastic. And then that's going to be for re-entry. And then that's going to be the parachutes. And then we also have a system to remove the launch escape system. Perfect. All right, chat. You know what time it is? It's time to see if we fixed the wobble. Reduce the decoupler force on the separator, or you're going to have to run down the lander. It's not... How big is the ejection force? It's like 750 kilonewtons. How about like 100 kilonewtons? Too much? You're delaying the launch. Let's do like 50-ish. 50-ish. Okay. Rugen, go home, you're drunk. Take it out to launch pad. It's still wobbling. Well, a little wobble's okay. It just can't fold over. I do like the spotlights here. Should have put some more lights on the rest of this thing. We only put these ones on. I should have put some spotlights on the lander. Oh well. Good old pink lights. Can't even see them. All right, well, chat, are we doing a night launch or do we want to skip till day? I feel like day, you'll actually be able to see more of what's happening. It's still bouncing up there. I already saw the bounce. Why is it bouncing up there? What is bouncing? It's gonna do the same thing. It's not as bad? I don't know about that. Okay, I guess we can do a classy night launch. Are we ready, chat? I think it's gonna crash again in the exact same way. SAS is on. Delta V is a lie. Give it up for test 23. This is just a really advanced launch escape system test. Count it down. Show me the slideshow. Beautiful night launch. Oh yeah. Meters per second. How is time dilation? 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. We're going up, chat. Let's see if it starts flopping or not. Or if the struts hold. It seems more stable. All right, the hard part's gonna be turning. I'm gonna give it a little extra leeway and wait until like 10,000. I'm gonna start turning at 8, but very slowly. It is wobbling up there a little too much. A little too much, chat. All right, turn into 90, and it should be turning already, but it's easier said than done. I mean, we're going 735 meters per second, so we got pretty good control here. The wobble is fighting. What is that? The wobble's fighting back. Get ready for separation. SRBs. is awkward. Gonna need more force on that ejection. Where'd the engine? It got donked. The engine got donked. We still had plenty of fuel too. That's the crazy part. Okay, well, since this is still a test, why don't we continue the test? We're gonna hit an apoapsis of 68k, which is hilarious. And we still had like more than half a tank of liquid to get to orbit. But yeah, we have to reset. Because this liquid tank is getting us to orbit, and this is the lander. So once we're in orbit, the lander detaches and then docks with the LEV. So like I would remove the LEV like that. And then we have a dock. Chat. I think that's just a part that's stuck. I'm gonna try and throw it off just to make sure that everything's working the way it's supposed to. Yeah, okay. This is a big boy. Okay, just making sure the dock is actually exposed and not at this. Okay, yeah. And then the clampatron is on the end. So we don't actually have any thrusters to get us into orbit here. That's why we have to reset. But at this stage, we would take off the shroud. I actually don't know what just happened. Just reset my camera. What was that? There goes the shroud. Chat, I can't test docking because I don't have an orbit. You understand we're going straight. We're not even in space. We're 68,000 meters up in the atmosphere. We have atmospheric drag at this level. All I can test is separations. Just learn how to dock quickly. We are literally already on the way back down. Do you understand? We're already falling. That's not what was supposed to go anyways. Observer can't leave active vessel. Dude, I need 2 people, don't I? Yeah, something's screwy here. I need to check on this. Uh-oh. Yeah.
Later, nerds! I gotta get back to Kerbin. I'm gonna be late.
Anyway, can you even get 2 Kerbals in the cockpit right now in Kerbal 2? How do you put more people in? Okay, next stage is that. We'd be facing retrograde if there were any thermals. We have a heat shield because of the Sims. Well, I can appreciate just vibing on my way back down to the surface after another aborted launch. Oh, I need to add drogue parachutes to this anyways. Totally forgot about that. Okay, so drogue shoots and check staging. But yeah, there's no thermal atmospheric reentry mechanics yet, so there's no need for heat shield currently until they add those in. There's gonna be some G's on this deceleration because I don't have any drogue shoots. Because we're going 200 meters a second. And these will full deploy at 1,000. Possibly killing Billy Bobvis Kerman, splatting him against the seat. .35. It's catching some air. Slowing down a little bit. He's been through much worse. He's been through a lot, yeah. He's going to decelerate from 120 some odd meters per second to like 10. Watch this G-force meter up here. And that's 5 Gs. Oh yeah, we can also, I guess, if we cared, could have just done this. Help slow us down. Just eject the heat shield. I guess I could just use the heat. The heat shield has a built-in decoupler, right? It did in Kerbal 1. Kraken didn't get us this time. All right, revert to Vab. Get some drogue shoots in there. So that was our second full launch test. That's also been aborted. I think third time's a charm, dude. Third time is the charm. Okay, let's get the easy stuff out of the way. Here's radial mounted drogue chutes. Extra small. Want 2 of those. Ooh, I like the mirror mode. Mirror mode's good there. Not blocking the window. Rocket science is hard. Yeah, rocket science is hard. Okay, and those are gonna go off with the OGs. Why are we timing out Grugan for 10 minutes? Is he taunting you? It's gone now. Okay, so staging here is the issue, yes? I think I know what the problem is, chat. Or do I? What is this? What is that? That is a TS-25. Yeah, it should be separating, Wait a second, is it this that's the problem? It might be that there's pieces that are attached to the stack separator, and therefore it isn't separating. Yeah, and I need to get the our good friends, the SRBs, away much more cleanly than we have so far. This shouldn't be that heavy. I don't know that we need this many landing legs, but I'll test them. There is such a thing as suspension, so these are a little higher up. I could just put 2 sets on the thrusters. So all we gotta do is put like 1 set there, 1 set there. Change this to, well, this is global placement, right? They're not quite even, are they? That's close enough. Okay. Save again. We'll get there, chat. We'll get there. There's too many things that can go wrong here. So clearly, not enough Separatrons on this. Not enough ejection force. One thing that would probably be helpful is just to move these down. Actually, just move the boosters down. Oh, they're already as far down as they can go. Ah. Well, therein lies the problem. Okay, how many Separatrons do we need for this, then? What if we just 3x'd it? Because they really didn't move back with much force at all. I was very disappointed. Okay, now this side. The Delta V is a lie. Can't delete this part. This part, it wants to live forever. Actually, just delete key works. Okay. Alt. Chat. Why is this upside down? There we go. Now, what about getting the ones on the bottom? Ah, there we go. Okay, deep breaths. Just be happy that the flop is fixed. The flop is fixed. You're nearly there. I'm still not even convinced that this is gonna do it. Should, though. Okay, and 2, and 3. Okay. That is 369. That's 12 Separatrons per SRB, which seems like too much, but I guess it can't be too much. And we have 48 total. Good lord. Save that now too. because we almost dodged them taking out the main engine down here. My fear about 3 on top, like more, if it's too much on top, it's gonna push them out, which is, to push these out, you have to kick the bottom in. To some extent. So our issue isn't that it's clipping the top, our issue is that it's hitting the bottom. But, I don't know, I think this will be enough. But yeah, I think the Delta V is going to be misleading for us. Is there anything else that I wanted to change? Because I feel like this is okay to give another test. It seemed like we actually had good control of this vehicle. The issue was that weird staging issue right here. But there is a stack separator right there. And the stack separator feels like it just didn't separate. But like, it's there, 750 kilonewtons. It's the 3rd stage. Right where it's supposed to be. And I don't see this, unless these are somehow connected to it. Maybe they're clipping into it. And it's like keeping it locked in place. Because of the thuds. Because everything depends on this working. Well, you know what we could do, chat? You know what we could do? One of my favorite things. Just to make sure. Too big. Strut it up. Gives it some clearance. It just always... Oh, no. That is not how it used to work in Kerbal 1. I think that's actually right, though. We have to connect them to the fuel tanks, though, right? Where are the hoses? There's fuel lines. Okay, this is the fuel pocket. I'm zooming. The game is really thinking about my mouse wheel scroll that I just did. Please don't crash. Ugh. It's like, are you sure you want to do this? I'll break it! I'll take the entire game down. Ah, oh, there it is. So, we should have a fuel connection between this tank and the thuds. So now there's no excuse for this stack separator to work the way it's supposed to. Feeding multiple engines from one fuel tank causes some big issues currently. What big issues? Allegedly, fuel lines kill FPS. We'll see how this goes. Let's see how it goes, Chad, because this is what I want to do. Let me make sure the thuds are on the right branch. Yeah. We should make sure that we're totally throttled down. Where, oh where, is my little heat shield gone? That's a battery. That's the heat shield. Actually, I don't think that the heat shield doubles as a decoupler now, so this might be fine the way we have it. Alright, back to launch pad we go. Ready for slideshow. Has anyone had infinite load screen in Kerbal? Maybe? I would say you might just have to restart your game. I know it's sad. Just save early and often. Save frequently. Oh, dude, I wanted to get, we did get another Kerbal. I forgot to ask chat how to get more Kerbals in here, but we have Jedney and Billy Bobvis now. Two's enough for this mission. We have a 3-seater, though, so it feels like we should have a third, but I guess there's not any tangible benefit. But we did need one Kerbal to control both devices. One in the lander and one out here in the command pod. Okay, chat. I don't want to do... we just did a night one. So let's go to morning. That was not morning, and I just bounced the entire vessel. This is EVA. This is not adding Kerbals. I don't know how you add Kerbals. I haven't figured that out yet. Noom. That's not right. Did it break all my struts? I'm not launching like that. Revert this. Or just recover the vessel. All right. Vab. Load. Where are you? I guess it's just this one. Kerbal Manager is a button next to launch. Ah, this one. Okay, let's go with Bill. Classic Bill. We'll send Melly and Bob. Bill, Melly, and Bob. Bill and Bob have the same haircut. You guys look beautiful. All right, chat. Put your game face on. We don't have to fast forward this time. We just have to launch. We just have to launch. I accidentally just aborted the launch. Going back to Vab real quick. Just going back to Vab real quick. We gotta screw some pieces in. I thought I was hitting F2, but I was actually hitting the number 2 on the keyboard. Just fat-fingered the disconnection of our emergency escape system. Control is very sorry to all the staff and their families. No, we don't need anyone in the tuna can. Control made an oopsie. Okay, let's give this a try. Nice time of day. Let's turn our fancy lights on. Maybe. There it is. Did I turn on all the lights? No, there's more. I think. There they are. Okay, chat. Now we're ready. Let's count it down. Bill's the only one in the seat. Where the hell did the other two Kerbals go that I just double-checked were there? Why are you guys... Are you guys in the right one? Hold on. I'm just gonna peek in there. How many, chat, how many Kerbals? Okay, there's 2 Kerbals. There's 3 Kerbals. They're in the right place. It's just doesn't show them there for some reason. Okay, there's the sun. Let's count it down. SAS engaged. Throttle up. Let's go to Minmus. It's beautiful. My frames. I can see every frame. Shadows. Looks like my video card is dying. Okay, 150 meters per second. Almost 1,500 above the ground. 4090 go burr. You think I have a 4090? You think I'm some rich, successful streamer? This is a 2080, buddy. I'm like you. I don't have friends in high places who can secure me an MSRP 4090 that also happens to fit inside of my case on my motherboard without having to rearrange everything, that also has a power supply capable of supporting it. All right, SRPs are about 50% depleted. We're 5,000 meters altitude. All right, getting ready to start the turn. Gonna start leaning now. The top is leaning a little too much, but I think we got enough power, enough thrust. It's a good wobble. That's a good wobble. Keep it going. We already got 34K apoapsis. Just wiggle the noodle. Hit that 90. All right, we need to stabilize because SRBs are about to detach. I'm using up some monopropellant. What? What? Oh, excuse me. What the hell just happened? Chat, pieces are 4 kilometers away instantaneously. 5, 6, 7 kilometers away. I think that was Kraken time. Bill, no. Where are they? Are we alive? TARS! TARS! It's time! Launch escape us! This is us right there. The camera actually can't get any closer for some reason. I apologize for clicking chase camera. Horizon, Celestial, Are we dead? Is this what heaven looks like? I can't find us. Is there a first-person view? I don't know where we are, but oh, that's us right there. They found us. I can't zoom in any further than that. So I'm gonna clear the launch escape vehicle. There was a loud drum noise. What do you think happens if I fast forward? What do you think? Nothing changes? It's already going as fast as it can. Chad, I'm getting coxed right now, too, at the exact same moment. Dear God. Every force of technology is currently working against this mission. We're at 500 kilobits per second. God himself is trying to turn off the Minmus mission. I honestly think every time Kerbal fucks up, it coxes your internet. Maybe. Also, what's up, Broken Helix? Thank you for the 8 months of sub. It says, I love your Kerbal streams. They make me laugh so much. I hope you enjoy this launch. There are pieces that are stuck together here. Who is that? What is that? What's flipping right now? Are they okay? Chat, we would actually survive this. We have parachutes. I could probably just, what if I deployed the chutes now? Would the drogue chutes deploy in high altitude? Anyway, they would live. I have 2 drogue chutes and 2 main chutes on this, and they're all still alive. The emergency escape vehicle served its purpose, and even kept them alive through the Kraken. I don't remember how high drogue chutes release, but there's 2 pieces here that are physics stuck together. Why is your altitude still going up? Because we had so much momentum that we were going upward to apoapsis of 60,000 meters, and then fall back down after that. So we're about to plummet back pretty much any moment now. But we would definitely survive this. Since I can't zoom the camera in, we can't see shit, I'm just going to revert to VAP. So is it the fuel lines that caused that issue? I think it was fuel lines. I've been told the fuel lines are bugged, but I didn't know it was bugged like that. What's up, War Void? Thank you for the 59 months. Says, almost there, unlike the poor Kerbals. Thanks for all the great streams. Appreciate it, War Void. Alright, how do I fix both of these issues in one go? So, no fuel lines. Fuel lines are canceled. Therefore, struts are canceled. Because the only thing I can do now here's what, okay, so the reason that we put the struts on is because I'm worried that these thud boosters are somehow locking this stack separator in place, so the stack separator doesn't actually fire off and lower the or detach the big fuel tanks underneath it. Man, we're having some internet problems tonight. I just wanna go to orbit, and I just wanna go to Minmus. Hippo, what's up, dude? Thanks for the 31 months. Welcome back. I appreciate the subscription. I do need 31 more frames. I need all the frames. I need all the bit rates. We're having all sorts of problems tonight, but at least we've done some test flights, and they have been hilarious. Have you been playing any Kerbal 1 or 2? I saw Sim was playing some Kerbal 1. I guess it's never too late. At this rate, I'm gonna have to play some Kerbal 1 if I keep getting yeeted into space. I was thinking about rotating these, which might cause some inefficiencies. But I'm just trying to keep it no touch the stack separator. Isn't that the function of a rocket, to yeet us into space? Yeah, but like in a controlled method, not at terminal speed. Would you try an interstellar mission in Kerbal 1? How do you do that without mods? With mods. Oh. So probably not. I don't really care about interstellar travel. I care about colonies and resource ferrying. And having like that mission structure. Which is what I really want out of Kerbal 2 down the line. People says, I played over 2K hours of Kerbal Space 1, but I'm holding off on 2 for now, even though I want to get it. Reminds me of the good old days in Kerbal Space 1 where you just had the moon you could go to. Yeah. It's basically just a Kerbolar system right now. And it's got some issues, but I'm happy ponying up the 50. Listen, chat, I have pretty good nose for early access games, okay? And I haven't gotten that wrong in a while. So this is gonna be in the oven for a long time, but I'm confident that it's going somewhere. It might take some years. Here's the thing though, unrelated to just strictly Kerbal 1, this might be an apples to orange comparison, but I played Sons of the Forest this week, which is an early access sequel to a completed early access game, and Kerbal Space Program 2 right after that, which is also an early access game sequel to an completed early access game, okay? Both of them are buggy as hell. Sometimes Sons of the Forest was barely playable for me. But that game has very positive reviews and 2 million sales on Steam, and this game has mixed to negative reviews on Steam. And I don't understand the back and forth. I would have thought that the existence of Kerbal 1 and its mod community would be enough goodwill to buy for people not to instantly turn on Kerbal as a franchise. But I would be wrong. Because the Kerbal Space Program 1 is still in your Steam library, and it still has all the mods attached to it. But the number of, like, 0.8 hour Kerbal 2 reviews on Steam that are also negative are too damn high. Just don't buy it and wait until it turns into a game you want it to be. Or if it doesn't turn into a game you want it to be, then just move on. Because, like, I can only speak for myself, but there's a second stream on my channel right now of Kerbal Space Program 2, and there's not a second stream of Sons of the Forest. So some of us are having vastly different experiences. People are fickle and picky. I think so. Like, okay, there's also a way in which you can say, man, this didn't run on my computer and it crashed. Game is a refund or whatever else, right? And then there's the people who are, like, actively seeking out streams in the directory, and they've been coming in all night and then yesterday being like, I got a bone to pick with the developers of this game. I'm about to tell all of you about my experience with Kerbal 2. Like, it's just like, Jesus. It's not that big. It's not that big of a deal. If it's too expensive, then that's fine. Just don't buy it. I'm hoping that down the line there will be $50 worth of content before the price goes up. And that's why I bought it. And that's why I'm happy having bought it, because what I want out of Kerbal 2 are the things that aren't in the game yet. The things on the roadmap. And I am happy to be an investor to try to make that happen. Whereas a game like Sons of the Forest doesn't shake up its own game as a sequel anymore from the formula that originally made it in 2014 or 15 or whatever, and is only going to be in early access for 6-ish months. And, like, I would rather support this game right now than that, because I would want the sequel to be something that is more than its predecessor. And I'm sorry, I'm not trying to just shit on I can shit on the Forest a little bit because they're already billionaires, okay? They're billionaires. They've already got 2 million sales. They can handle a little shit talking, okay? They already got the money. Diamond Hands Etal. But yeah, I'm more interested in the things that are to come. So yeah, I don't think that there's. I think if you think, oh, this isn't worth $50 for me right now, you're totally right. And I think that's fine. It crashed, it bugged, it's hard to play. You kind of have to work around things to make it work. But at the end of the day, like, I'm still enjoying myself. Like, I'm having fun with the bugs, because here's the thing. If everything worked perfectly and everything was super smooth and buttery, then there's still not much to do right now. Like, even if everything was firing on all cylinders and frame rate's perfect and the Kraken is tame, then you're still got just like Kerbolar content without any objectives, right? So I'm kind of just enjoying the sandbox from the perspective of, if it works, great, and if it doesn't work, I kind of want to poke it and see why it doesn't work, and then how extreme it doesn't work. And that's what we did earlier today. And that was, like, I had just as much fun finding the source of the slingshot super physics bug in the grass outside of the launch pad as I have with any of my successful launch missions, because video games are silly and fun. Speaking of being silly and fun, I think it's time... And for that matter, I actually do want to, in spite of what I said, I do want to actually play Sons of the Forest again. Because I think the first game was really solid. I just... I would like that to be smoothened out too. But I also want more content. Because Kelvin sucks, and he is hilarious. And that, to me, is fun. We love Kelvin. I just think that I just need a new computer at the end of the day. None of these games work on my computer anymore. Sons of the Forest runs like dog shit. Kerbal 2 runs like dog shit. That's okay. Part of that, my computer's 5 years old now. My computer's just 5 years old. It is what it is. And even if I had the top of the line, it still might not run well. But, meh. Listen, I played Microsoft Flight Sim at launch, okay? I can tolerate anything at this point. Making sure that this is still lined up where it's supposed to be. I think it is. Okay. Anyway. Kerbal Space Program 2 has a lot of love put into it, and it shows it's not ready yet, but doesn't really feel like something the devs just threw together to get it over with. Yeah, I would agree. I would agree with that. Okay. Are we... Why are there 4 Kerbals? Who doesn't belong here? Go back to the VAB one more time. Can you make an SSTO in Kerbal 2? Yeah, I think you can. I was gonna try it today, but we've been a little distracted. By the way, Mary Skipper, thank you for the 45 months of sub. I appreciate it. Hello, Mary Skipper Mod Squad. Also, Hippo, thanks again for the sub. Who has been playing some Sons of the Forest himself? And you can check him out at the link in chat. if you have not done so already. Okay. Again. But yeah, like, the reason I want to play Sons of the Forest again is because I'm just hungry for a crafting survival game. And that game happens to be out. I think it would be a lot more fun in multiplayer. I don't think it was great as a single-player game. There's so much you haven't seen. Yeah, I know. I only played for 6 hours. But the reason that I am sort of being derogatory towards it is because we spent the last hour and a half of the Sons of the Forest stream exploring, and we did not find anything that wasn't marked explicitly on the GPS. It just felt like a really big, empty, boring island that wasn't fun to explore. We went to the beach, we went down between the, around the coast, we went inland, we started in the Arctic, little frosty mountains. We did not find one point of interest, period. We went to 2 POIs that were marked on the GPS. Neither of them had any loot except for the thing that you're supposed to find there. What I want out of the forest, like a sequel, is an island that has a bunch of stuff in it, secrets, reason to explore, because like the main quote-unquote campaign has been basically removed outside of GPS points. It's not the same as it was in the Forest 1 with the vast, like, series of caves that you go into for 8 straight hours to complete the story. So, that's what I wanted. Anyway, alright, that's neither here nor there. But I think that the basics, I like chopping trees, I like picking up stones, and I want to build with them. And sometimes that's all it takes. Whew. Let's fire it up. Bill, Melly, Bob, good luck. May the force be with you. May the jello not snap. May the kraken stay in his hole. Away we go, once again. We might wobble a little bit, but that's okay. Wobbling is nominal, as long as the kraken stays away. Okay. Well, look at the timer. 37 seconds. The physics is catching up. 38 seconds. 39 seconds. Time is dilated. It's beautiful. We didn't even get to check staging last time because it broke too fast. 400 meters per second and climbing. I think it's a good time to start the turn. Slow, easy does it, friend. Easy does it. Good speed. Okay, let's hold it right there at the 90. Try and bring prograde around to it. Prograde slowly moving on in. Got an apoapsis of 44K right now. And solids are almost out once again. Come on, solid separation. Ooh. The frames, they are beautiful. God, those. I'm sorry. What was that? What was that, donk? Chat, we got apoapsis of 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80. All right, cut engines. Try and get a maneuver. Burn prograde. Somewhere in there is probably fine. God, the maneuver nodes are really difficult now, aren't they? This is gonna probably be a long burn, and the start burn time is a literal lie. This is 1:45 until we hit apoapsis. So, we need to be burning before we hit apoapsis. We need to rotate to the maneuver node. We're rotating now. You can see, SAS control is engaged. I can engage RCS to spin us around faster, but I think this is okay for now. This is Houston. Ignore the donk. Got about shaving speed off 1,000 meters per second, getting slower as we approach apoapsis of 80K. Chat, when do you think, like, we just kind of have to wing it. It doesn't tell me how long the burn is supposed to be, which is something I wish it did tell me. I feel like just starting the burn at, like, getting ahead of it by at least 60 seconds is a good idea. Seems like we're approaching it faster than the timer. Okay, we are right on cue. Let's just give it a full 60 seconds in advance of the apoapsis. And burn it. Look at that plume. I heard the maneuver node is an accurate start time in Kerbal 2. False. The countdown timer is timer until we hit the node, not timer until we're supposed to burn before it. So if I waited for the timer, I would be burning at apoapsis, which is not what we want. Okay, we're trying to get this periapsis number down here out of the negatives. In short, we're trying to get this blue line that is currently this. Instead of crashing here, we want to accelerate. You can see our speed going up until eventually it goes all the way around Kerbin, and we get a beautiful orbit. Do we have enough fuel, chat? I don't know. Maybe. We're almost out, and we're still negative periapses. Wait, apoapsis is like 100K? Hold on. Periapsis just shot up to 43,000. I mean, if we could just dock before we get over there, then it'd be fine. What does apoapsis periapsis mean? Apoapsis is the highest point. Periapsis is the lowest point with regard to the surface of the celestial body. So what we try to do is burn at the highest point. That's where gravity is the lowest. So I probably could have just been watching my apoapsis to do this better. And then once they spin around, that'll bring them mostly equal. We really don't need that much delta V. Behold. Okay. I've been going off what another streamer said. Those 4 circles are your burn indicators. It lights up like a drag strip light. And when it turns green, you start burning, and that always happens with the maneuver counter. Goes 4, 3, 2, 1. These sentences. It'll work, but you're wasting fuel. Chat, I don't know. All I know is something ain't right, dude. Okay? All I know is something ain't right. Played enough Kerbal 1 to know when something ain't right. Ah, see? This, we dodged the Kraken. Things are starting to look up. We got, no time is in, what, 6 minutes? That doesn't seem right. Maybe it is. Six minutes, but on slow simulate. I'm scared to fast forward after what happened last time. At least the way that the staging is set up. Time acceleration is spooky right now. Can we call the launch official? Yeah, I think at this point. The last couple have been official. But we successfully saved all on board with our dedicated launch escape system. So nobody's actually exploded in any of the previous attempts. Somehow we have saved all Kerbal knots. But the LES was a really good investment because we had a bunch of aborted launches today. See, this is the vibe that I play Kerbal for. the building, and then ultimately getting that behemoth that you've spent so much time working on out there above the big blue marble. So small, we're so tiny. So here's the plan. The plan is use the last bit of fuel. We have 317 Delta V in this stage. Says we only need 65. We have a 43,000 meter periapsis. We only need to boost that up above 70,000. It's fine. Then we're gonna disconnect this, which is unfortunately gonna become space debris. And then we have to hope that the rest of this staging works. We have a lander that we're gonna detach. Oh, that reminds me, we can go ahead and do this. It's too late for launch escape. We should have detached this already, but I'm just gonna go ahead and do this now, and we're gonna rotate with the gyros. We're gonna do a flip. And I have a button that I can press that will just remove the launch escape system by itself. I don't really need to flip, but it feels cool. And then back here, we're just gonna go bloop. Goodbye. Wow, one of those rings just literally shot down into the ocean. Did you guys see that? It was like 2 pixels wide. Just neumed. Okay, and the reason we do that is because A, we don't need the escape system anymore, and B, there is a port right here. The Clampotron docking port. Okay. So once we get stable orbit achieved, we're gonna lose the big chungus on the back. Detach the lander. I'm worried about the lander detachment. We had an issue with that before. Or the detachment of the fuel below it. So we'll see how that goes. But damn, this looks cool. There's the moon! We're actually not going to the moon, so it'll be a small miracle if we even get to Minmus. Are those side engines? Yeah, these are thuds, but it's not as tall as it looks. There's a stack separator right there that will, if it works, push away everything from here down. But we need this last teensy bit of Delta V to get us into a stable orbit. Why not land this whole thing? Because there's no fuel in here. There's no fuel. Let go of the lowers? Hey. 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 Dum-dum. Do you want to die? Because that's how you die. We're gonna go to. You wanna go back into atmosphere at 44,000 meters? It's a great idea. We'll go to 44,000 meters, hit Atmo, and then die. Or hear me out. I can actually use the fuel that we have in this to establish a stable orbit and then let it go. That way we don't die. Don't smile at me, Bandu. Get out and push it. You get out and push it. Someone's gotta steer in neutral. What are you waiting for? I'm waiting for you to follow me and subscribe to me right now. That's what I'm waiting for. First time chatter. Out of nowhere. I'm waiting for you to matter. Oh, God. Oh, we're actually waiting another minute. And change. Until we get to apoapsis. Because every time when I fast forward too much, physics go bye-bye. And Kraken say hello. And I don't want him. I don't need any more Kraken. And I spent like 5 hours building this to get to this point, so I'm just trying to savor the flavor. I don't mind warping if it's more than a minute, but we only have to wait another minute. Have you been enjoying the game? It looks nice. I mean, it's got all the... It's got all the building and the orbiting and the space and the pretty graphics, but it is a bit of a slideshow. And it do be having a lot of bugs that kill my ships. But I am still enjoying it, but I would recommend informed, researched purchase decisions, because everyone's mileage will vary. All right, 40 seconds in the bank. We are trying to set up the yellow line, but we're right here, moving towards the maneuver node. Chat complained, when launch? Yeah, I launched! You got what you wanted. Shouldn't you turn? Nope, I am facing the maneuver node right now. Perfectly. Completely where I need to be pointing. When build? When can we go back to build, streamer? Alright, we're just gonna watch periapsis and however much fuel. It's just gonna get the periapsis up. Get us out of atmospheric orbit. 5, 4, 3, 2... Yeah, the lights don't light up until you... That's fine. Alright, that was easy. That was easy. We got big apoapsis, big periapsis, and we have stable orbit. Good job. All right, now it's time to test the next phase. Personally, I think that we should just use what's left of this fuel and just kind of... Why is it just making the apoapsis go up? Oh, because our apoapsis is on the other side now. Silly goose. That's fine. I just want to use the last of this fuel. We got a lot of room anyways. Higher apoapsis will make the transfer easier too. Or we could get to 300k and then wait till we go all the way around. And then... just do it again. I have 144 Delta V. That's pretty good. Yeah, why not just use the rest of it on getting like a nice wide orbit so it'll be less gravity for us to get out to Minmus. Okay, chat. While we're traveling there, we gotta learn. Well, actually, I'm just gonna fast forward. I'm gonna save and fast forward. That's why I saved first. The time-lapse effect is nice, though. What trip are we ending? We're not ending anything.
This is just the beginning.
I wish I had figured out all this sooner, because it's already been 7 hours of Saturday stream. You guys weren't supposed to get this much content today. That looks cool. But yeah, now that we're in space and we've lost all the other sections of the ship, then yeah, we get a lot more frames. Streamer content is what I say it is. Yeah. Yes? Oh, we just got to the warp point and I kind of forgot. Wait, why am I shaving Perry? Why are we facing retrograde? Bruh. I'm really good at this, by the way. Yeah, we just went... Let's flip around the other way. We're doing great. We're doing great. I like that the flaps, the wings are still down here wiggling, just trying to help us turn. It's okay, I still have 113 Delta V, it'll be enough. I'm trying to avoid using monopropellant if I can help it. And I'm gonna say close enough. It's out. All right, 300,000 Apo, 243 periapses is close enough. Whew. Anybody know flow priorities in the game? Do not use fuel lines yet. Do not. Big mistake. Did that just take a screenshot? That took a screenshot with the arrow GUI in it. Oh, come on. There we go. Grugan is back. Fuel lines cause things to go nuclear. Okay, chat, here's the thing. We're gonna hit... I'm gonna save again. If we hit spacebar, we should see a stack separator here. Push the butt of this off, okay? It should. Ready? Steady. With the sunrise. All right, we're gonna need a little more room from you, my friend. But we do have separation. Confirmed. Now the next leg. We are gonna have to eject the lander. Oh yeah, I do need panels. That's what I was gonna do before I got distracted. Let's throw up panels. Beautiful. And where's the thing? I'm the one that built this, and I can't find it. Did I not put oh, there it is. Got a comms antenna. Okay, looking good, chat, looking good. Now, let's just tilt. We don't really need to face the sun, but it makes me feel better that the solar panels are facing it. Stop. Okay, this is the problem we had with SAS, though. It was like, it's like fighting me to go to pro grade. There we go. It's on lock now. Anyway, next step, that is still really close. The next step is going to be ejecting the lander. Hopefully it doesn't fly away. And then we're gonna have two vehicles to control here. Ready? Separation. Okay, that wasn't separation. We need to throttle down first. That was just the shroud. I got distracted. Now it's separation. We have separation. Okay, it's drifting a little bit, but that's all right. Put a pilot inside first? No, that makes things too easy. Bob? It's EVA time, Bob. Get those EVA thrusters. Bob is a consummate professional. We definitely should have put him in there before we separated this, but that's okay. Yeah, the suits look good. The suits look really good. Okay, chat, I have no idea how to dock. So, we are going to try... I really should have put more RCS thrusters on this. We only have 0.16 tons of monopropellant, I just realized. Oh no. Oh no! I forgot to put monopropellant tanks somewhere on this so that we could do the docking maneuvers. Ooh. It would actually be easier to dock the ship with the lander. Believe it or not. Okay, so is it brackets to change? Yes, it's brackets to change ships. We have more propellant on this. So how do we do this? We right-click and set the Clampotron as a target. We should definitely save as well. Okay, so number one, turn on RCS. Number two, we switch over controls to docking mode, and now WASD is RCS thrusters. But I don't know what they do, so I'm just gonna push them. Okay, so Q does that, E does that. So yeah, I can just like flip this around with SAS. Use the target buttons on the bottom bar. Target button. There's like 6 bottom bars. Okay, how do I like... How do I figure out which way relative is up, down, left, and right? Because it's kind of getting away from me. Because, like, I'm pressing Q right now, and it doesn't seem like it's doing anything except pushing me away. And then E is doing the inverse of that. I think spin is like... I can do chase cam. Alright, let me switch to the other thing. So I need to switch to this guy. It's getting by. How the heck do I right click? There we go. Set the Clampotron as a target. And then... turn SAS on and RCS. Let's go ahead and extend the panels. And then set target. That's very cool. Okay, how do I just go forward? I probably don't with this. I probably go forward with the other one since it has so much more fuel. Okay, now, how do I lurch? Should just be like... H is currently spinning me in docking mode. So we don't want that. We need to change cam. Chase cam is... interesting. Okay, relax. Okay. I think it's E and Q. E to go forward. Yep. Okay. E to go forward, Q to slow down. So let's bring it in nice and slow. We're at 70 meters and closing. Still got a good amount of monopropellant. Okay, 60 meters, almost. Try to match your prograde velocity marker to the target prograde marker. What? You can click on the speed on the nav ball and see speed relative to target. Ah, we're moving at 1 meter per second. That's useful. God, this is cool. Okay, I never even did this in Kerbal 1. So this is nice. You can get distance to target. Just clicking on the altitude. That doesn't seem to do anything. Feels like we're rotating around it. Why are we rotating around it? We're still moving towards it. This is a very interstellar situation. Oh, God. Chat, the reason that we're rotating around it is because this... Just shut up. I am locked on the target, yeah. I don't know why it's just moving around. They should both be following each other, right? Or is that one not piloting because someone's... I left someone in... It stops... This one stops moving when I leave it. So yeah, it's just rotating. This one's rotating when I leave it because... It's not handling... there being a separate person on board. All right, I'm just gonna power towards it, okay? Just stop moving. It's easy. Hey, just stop moving, dude. Just come to a complete stop in space. I love how I look over at chat and the first thing I see is someone saying, "You're going around it." Chat, imagine doing every instruction you tell me to, and then when it goes wrong, you point out the blindingly obvious. The problem is, this is a round ship, and I don't know which way is up, down, left, or right. Okay? Because it doesn't make any damn sense. And then SAS is on. So because SAS is on, I can't see which way the thrusters are going, because D just rotates things, by the way. So does A. Space does not have relative directions. Space only has relative directions. The directions are relative to me. I think part of the problem is I can't tell if E is just there we go. Turning SAS off and then turning it back on was actually a huge boon. I can always just reload my save and practice more. It's not that big a deal. Beautiful. I'm at the game, not the docking. Okay. UCs. Now UCs. I'm trying to go with this guy. What is the other guy doing? What the hell are you doing, dude? Just stop. Just you stop. Why are you still spinning and shit? This is with no target. This is just like... Just don't move. Don't move. Why are you rocking back and forth like a little baby? Alright, let's do normal mode. So I actually know which way is up and not. Goes fuck docking mode. This camera though. Why did you do that? Dude, the camera rotates around every time I hit A. If I hit D, it rotates back. What? Is that Chase? Okay, let's give this a try. Now, how do I... Let's see, I know how to turn this. Maybe if I switch back to docking mode real quick. The chase camera is just truly awful, by the way. Did not enjoy that at all. And I'm hitting keys like this isn't, what is this chasing exactly? But yeah, the biggest issue, chat, I know the problem that they're rotating around each other, right? I know that. The problem is that none of the key... Here's the thing. I don't think you understand. I'm playing in a dark room, and Kerbal Space Program 2 integrates with Logitech keyboards, okay? And it's dimmed every single key on my entire keyboard except WASD ZX Shift Control. The rest of the keyboard is completely dark. It just those like 8 keys. So like if I put both my hands like I'm on a typewriter, I can tell you where all the letters are. And then I can try and experiment with them and figure out what they do. To figure out how to I know I need to translate to the right, or at least like stop moving relative to each other, or make it where one is pointing to retrograde. And this is just happening by pure accident, by the way, because I'm just moving away and wasting monopropellant. I need to be moving like 0 relative. What if I aim toward my target now? The problem is I can't tell which way is strafe and which way is just tilt. And nothing that you say is gonna fix that. Like, I just have to, like, push the buttons. But the problem is SAS is making it too hard to tell which one's which, and I only have 4 RCS thrusters on this, so it just feels like you can't, like, okay, for example, if I press I just sort of rotates me, okay? Toward the camera. L rotates the other way. That's K. Okay, just hit K. How about L? L spins. So J spins the other way. Because I can do this without RCS, I think. Well, actually, let's see. And then I have no idea what WASD does in docking mode. I have no clue. Not a clue. Okay, we need one chosen tutorialite who can solve this problem in a succinct manner. They will be granted speaking permission because the cacophony of first-time chatters is not helping anything. With your one sentence, like there was one dumbass who just kept saying, push shift. Shift is just that, okay? That's just accelerate. Do you understand? I can do that if I want to. I know how to do that. I can flip too, see? Look how cool that is. Now, anyway, I have to reload because I can't use fuel to make that joke. Plus, I'd like to reset this anyways. Because this is the easy part. The hard part is gonna be doing it on the way back from Minmus, which I don't even think we'll get to tonight because this is taking too long. Also, when I reload, my frame rate shits the bed and I get coxed. Antagonist, is that a 0 or an O in your name, you leet speaking? You know how hard it is to mod you by typing your name in? I don't even know if I modded the right antagonist. Okay, you have the floor. I don't know. Okay. Goodbye. Chad, who would like to go next? Also, Grugan is timed out for recommending him. Omega lulls are now legal again. Point retrograde. Burn forward until speed equals 0, but it's over there. It's not behind me, it's over there. Do you see the issue? The first person is trying to keep things succinct and like burn retrograde. It's like, okay, I can do that. Retrograde point, burn. It's easy. You left out, you just rest of the owled me. You understand? You left out like 4 steps. Step 1, set the docking clamp as a target. Step 2, align with the target. Step 3, figure out how to display relative speed to the target. Step 4, burn retrograde relative to the target to achieve a 0 meters per second speed. Why did one person in chat just say early access? Chill out, sheesh. I don't know who that's directed at. I don't know who that's supposed to be to. Okay. Here's a look. I will switch to the other one. Okay, switch to the other guy, and turn SAS on. Get the panels out. Okay, then find the other port, the other clamp. Boom. You guys getting coxed? Oh damn. We've had some big internet problems all night. It's driving me crazy. All right, I'm narrating what I'm doing. Okay.
Yes, ATC, this is Echo Tango Alpha Lima Yankee X-Ray. I just wanted to inform you that someone ding-dong ditched the cabin. They knocked really hard on our secure door and then slipped a few $100s under the tiny slip in between the floor and the bottom of the door. We don't know what to do with this money. Please respond.
Listen, ATC, this is the co-pilot. I have decided that I earn the money because I don't get paid as much as him.
You can't just take that money. This belongs to
yes,
a passenger.
I can. I'm the one that found it.
Well, okay then. You guys may not be able to see anything, but 100 gift subs just came in during these trying times. Why is that one turning? Why did that guy turn when I turned? He's turning back. He's looking at me. I'm mad. Tristan just gifted 100 community subs on accident. Their mom is calling me right now saying, please, please, please allow the chargeback to go through without contesting it. And it's out of my hands. You're going to take that up with Jeff Bezos. Because you have to pay him before he pays me. Thank you so much, Tristan S, for $500 in gift subs. Someone said maybe now he can afford a 4090. Sorry, but a 4090 is like $2,500. So yeah, I'm gonna need 4 more of you guys to step up so I can get one of the scalped ones off of eBay. No takers? Okay, understood. I understand. Thanks so much, Tristan S, for the bountiful gift subs, who says, catch you next stream. Well, hopefully some of these annoying first-time chatters just got hooked up with the sub so that now they don't have to watch stinky ads. because there are a lot of first monthers in there. It's Nina, KB Sugar, Special Spuds, Desert Rat, Zakwer, Airliner, Smooey, Jedi Lunchbox, The Scout, Michelangelo Now, Undead Christie, D Jasper, The Teams, Tyrone Gaming, Sniffly Waffle, Zeet McFeet, Anane, Lord Kapar, Zinfulness. What's up, Snowbo Freak? Grubbles Bean, It's Overtoned, Rallyfan, Trickstar, Jackal, Meister Metal, and more besides. Enjoy your gift sub. Somebody just dumped 100 gift subs. Okay, so, chat very carefully now. H is not forward on docking mode controls. It's forward, quote unquote, in normal mode. Jones and Sicilian, we've already way past the stage where they're pointing at each other. That's the part we're at right now. Except this one's actually not pointing at the other one. Okay, we have 0.2 meters per second movement. I'm moving slightly away. So, in docking mode, with RCS on, H rolls me, okay? H rolls. It doesn't push forward, it just rolls. Now, if I switch, it's E. It's actually E, though. Okay, now we're moving at 1 meter per second towards it. And I don't want to go too fast because we have to slow down and not ram into it. Here's the thing. Even if I land this, I have to figure out on a Minmus transfer. At this point, this is not even a Minmus mission. This is just like a docking mission. I'll be happy. If you're in actual docking mode, it's normally shift. I'm in docking mode. Shift is not that. No. Luckily, there's no thruster on this thing. Because as you can see, let's just throttle up. Careful, this is no time for caution. I see what you did there. I wonder how many chatters are using purely Kerbal Space Program 1 knowledge. Probably a lot. You want to use the nav ball, align your prograde with the target reticle. Well, I don't know how to... Again, I don't know how to turn. Alright, what if I just come closer to a stop? We're going to hit Q and slow down. Get the relative velocity down. 3, 2, 1. Okay, now it's accelerating the other... Oh, it was briefly 0. I'll take 0.1, seems like a small win. Why stop? Because I'm moving this way. I'm moving towards where my mouse cursor is, and I don't want to be. But I don't have the ability to slow down, because listen, the real issue is, if I could go back and do this again, my valuable lesson is these RCS blocks suck for what I'm doing. I needed to create custom thruster blocks that are pointing outward from different portions of the ship so we could translate easier, and figure out center of mass, and all that stuff, and put them in areas that just make more sense, like we have no thrust down here at this, I don't even need this section, hold on. Get that stinkiness out of here. Anyways, none of your advice matters right now because the controls are difficult. Here's what I do, chat. I know what to do. Face prograde. Wait, no, not that way. But yeah, that way. Where are you going? What? I haven't touched anything. I'm not, this is just the game. Prograde is changing, apparently. Look at the nav ball! This is, okay. It's relative prograde. Oh my god. All right, everyone off. Everyone out. Everyone out. I'm kicking everybody out of this ship. Just push them together. God, this is so difficult. I wish you could just... this would be so easy if you could just set which way is up and which way is down. Like, Q and E for forward and back doesn't make any sense. Like, I know I need to stop moving, quote-unquote, left relative to this, relative to our current camera position. But you would think, oh, just hit D. Well, D, like, rolls. That rolls. That roll, or that, yeah, that spins. I have no idea what this one's doing. What's this one doing? Docking is far more complicated than it looks, yeah. Because right now we're just going to keep donutting around the target, even if I get closer. If I could go back, I would change how my RCS clusters are organized. Because I can guarantee you that just get closer isn't going to work. Because the more I accelerate towards it, we're accelerating this way around it, and then we're going to swing around it wide. See, we're moving at almost 1 meter a second towards it, and we're just going to miss it on the side, and then we're just going to float around to the other side. Until I can figure out how to strafe, which I just can't. None of it makes sense. Like, none of the buttons that you think, like, that was L. You can't point retrograde or prograde because it's relative to how fast we're moving towards our target, yada yada. The Kerbal Space Program 1 docking tutorial. Is there a docking tutorial in Kerbal 2? Because I would do it. Because chat is an awful tutorial. Just awful. You're doing your best. And it's mostly not your fault, but oof. I think strafing is hard with this RCS setup. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There are like 5 chatters who know what to do, and we all have different methods that don't mesh. Yeah, delete key swaps control modes. See like how I'm moving away from it now since we donuted it around? Chad, just stop moving. It's easy. Simply stop moving. What is this spam? Carson, please. Both ships are already on relative target velocity. Both ships are already targeting each other. Both ships are already pointing towards the target with SAS. We've already moved towards the target with H. And step 5 is the rest of the owl. Just use RCS to keep prograde on the target. Yeah, that necessitates being able to have control of your ship. I need to just go do the Kerbal 1 tutorial and change. I'm not I just want you guys to understand, I'm not touching any of these controls. This is just SAS. We're just gonna swing around this endlessly. Just go towards it. It'll work. You got it, buddy. Here we go, chat. We're going towards it. That was at full speed. Okay, now imagine what that looks like at normal docking speed. Do you understand the problem? Do you see it? Do you see it illustrated now? Those of you saying just push H. Damn, you docked. That was crazy. Was it a dock or a donk? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Here we go again. Last try. Press G to engage grappling hook. That's a good idea. Now we're talking. Okay, I'm just gonna try. Am I in docking mode still? So this is prograde, and this is target. So I need to keep prograde. How the hell do you keep prograde on target? Here's... Oh shit, we're coming in hot. There are no translational. Every single key, WASD, IJKL, does not translate. It just rotates. I've pushed them all of them. I pushed all of them, chat. I give up. It's not the game, it's the RCS thrusters that I have. All the RCS is not made for translating side to side or up to down. Part of it may be the game, but it's certainly the RCS. Oh, I'm done. We'll do a redo later. Since I never docked before, I don't know how to set up RCS to dock, obviously. But I pushed all the buttons. I pushed all the buttons. At least we got to orbit with it. I'd like to try it again. I'd like to give it another shot. I'm gonna sit down and actually do a Kerbal Space Program docking tutorial so I can get a good idea of how it's supposed to go. So we'll just keep that build in our pocket because the save is still there, and I'd like to continue from that save and actually complete the Minmus mission. Was this an Apollo-style mission? Yeah, it's an Apollo-style mission, but I've never docked in Kerbal before. So, I have no concept of how to set up RCS thrusters. I'm not gonna watch a stinky YouTube vid. I'm just gonna play the original game has a docking tutorial in it. Because I know what buttons to press, and I know where all the controls are. That's not the issue. It's having them do what you expect them to do. Everyone chat saying the docking mode makes it much harder. Yeah, well, nah. I figured that one out. It's okay, though. Trial and error. Can't win them all. I mean, we did land on the moon first try and come back without losing a single Kerbal. So, you know, our lucky streak ran out. Docking mode does seem completely useless. I would agree with that. But I'm just gonna play around with it myself and try and figure out how to translate left, right, up, down. For strafing, as I would call it. And figure out what makes sense. Alright, chat, let's go on an end of stream raid. Since we've been playing some Kerbal, I know we just rated Sim yesterday, but he's playing some Kerbal Space Program 1 and is playing Kerbal for the first time ever. So, is gonna be fun just to watch some trial and error. Or I guess it's second time ever, because he played yesterday for the first time. So, he's learning the absolute basics. So this is when you need to keep your backseaters in check and just be along for the ride as everything blows up. Okay? Because it will. In fact, I think it's blowing up now. All right, I'll see you guys over there on Sim's channel. Enjoy some good Kerbal 1 goodness. Enjoyed the build tonight and the trial and error and the design. We'll have to play again. We'll have to do some more Kerbal 2 and try and complete the Minmus mission. Because I really like the ship design other than my slapped-on RCS thrusters. Good night, chat! Some of you annoyed the hell out of me, but you all had a great spirit, okay? A lot of first-time chatters. You love to see them. Your heart was in the right place, okay? Next time we'll just try getting closer to the docking port. I think that we'll just easily get close to the docking port and then dock. Hey, win launch. Hey, win launch. Chat, that's the raid message is win launch. Good night.